Hello. How's it going? We're waiting for some tea to heat up. That'll be good. It's really snowing a lot outside. It was very sunny yesterday. Now it's snowing. Here, I'll give you guys a snow. I don't know if the camera will focus very well. Oh, wait, can I? I can't really turn it. Can I? Hold on. This is. Okay, unplugged, I guess. Sad. There we go. That's what it looks like outside right now. So great. Okay. Okay. Someone will identify my location based on the shadow of a tree. That's true, but I'm moving soon, so it's fine. Um, yeah. So my brain feels slow today. I'm just gonna say that straight up. Some days you wake up and you're just like your mind is a little clouded because you didn't sleep in exactly the right way or something, and that's what's going on for me right now. But there's a couple things I want to do. I want to. We were working last night on some overhead map stuff, and we changed the controls for it, which I think is probably a good idea, although maybe not. I'm having second thoughts about changing the controls because one of the reasons, so we used to just have tabs cycle through maps. And then that was frustrating because it was like, oh, also, you could be in a region that has a local area map or not. And if you are, then you'll go to the local area map. And if you're not, then you won't. You'll just go back to regular gameplay. And that's like inconsistent behavior that's confusing. But then also, what it meant was, and this is the reason we put in the two controls, it meant, if you just want to see the local area map, you still have to go through the overhead map to get out of it or something, which is not great. Although you could fix that in other ways. Like if you say, hey, you can't play the game from the local area map, which I think we don't on the overworld. I think we pause time. It could be like if you move, then we pull you out of the map anyway, and then that could be your normal way of doing it. I don't know, man. Anyway, the reason that I'm saying I'm at least a little bit questioning that decision of remapping the controls is that if we always have a local area map, which is the next thing I was going to do, that if you're not in a specific one, we'll just give you a general view of what surrounds you, which seems like a good idea to me and less frustrating for players. If we do that, then the behavior is more consistent. And then maybe, just maybe binding it to tab like it was is fine. But that's not that big of a deal. We can change that back if we want, right? This this code is full of typos. You can tell I didn't write it. The other thing I want to fix is we have this thing where this current gamepad code misses events when the frame rate is low, because it's asking for the current button state from frame to frame, and it's not like generating events that persist, or especially it's not like on Windows, it's not using an event-based API, right? What we really would like is for the operating system to be checking the state at times when we are not polling, right? And to tell us if a button went down and up. And maybe X input does that still. But so here's my question. X input is really old, right? It's not supposed to have been what you use for input in a long time. I think on Braid Anniversary we were, no, maybe we weren't, but like what are you supposed to use on Windows now, right? You're supposed to sort of use raw input, but you can't always get that and the behavior is shitty sometimes. So like how are you supposed to do gamepad on Windows now? Is my question. If anyone has an answer to that. Am I going to still be in Colorado? Yeah, the plan is just to move somewhere else in town here. It's a really good place. It's way better than a lot of other places. With no real results and depressed for not being good at anything. Well, okay, so just be good at something, right? You just got to figure out what you would enjoy being good at and focus on that thing. It's really not that hard to become good at something. This is the crazy thing. Is like part of the reason that most people aren't good at most things is just that they don't spend time and attention on those things. They just bounce around with a relatively low attention span, which is fine. Like I'm not saying that that's not a good way to live or something. But if you decide that you want to be really good at a particular thing, like to be in the top 5%, like anyone can be in the top 5% of any field, just about. I mean, unless, I don't know. I mean, obviously if you're missing a leg, you're not going to be a really good marathon runner probably, right? But like, part of the reason I'm saying this though too is like the top 5% of any field is actually, that's not a very demanding number. Like it sounds impressive, but you know, top 5% is, on the one hand, you're at the top of the field, and on the other hand, it's not that impressive because it's not that hard to do, right? And all you have to do is like focus on something, you know, and it helps if it's something that you're already kind of good at. So, yeah. Microsoft's new game input API. God damn it. Do they have like another one? They keep doing APIs, dude. The problem is I need something with a good degree of backward compatibility. Oh my God, they have another one from, when was this introduced? This article's from 2024. Going back, older versions of Windows going all the way back for 5 years are supported. God damn it. What is wrong with you people? Game input exposes input from keyboards, mice, gamepads, and other games. A single unified input model synchronized to a common time base. You know what I want to do? My brain is too tired for this right now, but like the problem with the gamepad module right now is it's inherently polling, right? And I don't know. I just feel like maybe it shouldn't even be a separate thing. Like, why isn't this just in modules input, first of all? And then why doesn't it just issue like input events, right? Because the whole button event system is pretty good. So maybe we'll change all this, actually. Like, why can't they just... Why can't Windows just do gamepad events correctly? That's the thing, is I'm kind of demoralized on wanting to... wanting to support something like that. Like, if it only goes back frickin' 5 years. Like, what are you do? Like, Microsoft used to be so good about this kind of thing, and like they're just awful now. So, I don't know. I mean, if it's something we can detect in a DLL and then we can fall back to this, but that's like an extra fucking 1,000 lines of code that shouldn't be necessary, right? Maybe we'll do this. Is there a way to get latched input from X input? Like, we're just polling in this code, but that doesn't mean you have to just poll, right? How does Steam do it with Steam Controller Support? They probably have some extremely large, extremely ugly body of code that we're trying to do simpler things than. If you're in the browser. No, we are not in the browser. No, we are not in the browser. There's an example. Oh god, dude, Microsoft example code is like, it's usually the biggest nightmare. We'll take a look, but like last time I tried looking at Microsoft example code, it was like a 10,000 line framework with like the actual code that you wanted sort of like woven in there occasionally. All right. Oh god, this is full C++, dude. You never go full C++. You know how the Academy is about that shit? God damn, dude. All right, so they've got like some flat array. Like, guys, why don't you just give me a function to do this? Like, why do I have to do this? Why is there an if-def here? Like, it's already messy and stupid. Win API family partition win. So if it's a desktop machine, here's my key mappings. And like, they just didn't even make enums for it. Like, what is this? What is going on here? This is like sample code. Dear Chat GPT. This is the meme of somebody writing like is even in JavaScript, and they say, is the number 1, return false. Is the number 2, return true. Is the number 3. I'm going to make some tea. Okay, guys, study this very important sample code that will tell us the mysteries of the universe while I make some tea. I'll be back in a minute. I mean, guys, you know, with all this Azure stuff and then buying OpenAI and whatever, Microsoft stock has really pumped. So whoever wrote this code probably is richer than you. All right. I want you to think about that. Whoever wrote this code does not even need to buy Trump coin, man. You need to emulate gamepad input, not just read it. Why? What are you doing? Yeah. Guys, if you start a company and just write code like this, you'll be incredibly rich. That's what we've learned. Writing key mapper that remaps keys from any device to any device. Okay. Imagine how much better this code would have been if an AI wrote it. Oh, wait a minute. The AI is being trained on this code, guys. So next time you type, I would like to support gamepad into Claude, you will get this. To be fair, though, you do have to do something that's kind of equivalent to something like this because, you know, like it's just this shitty mapping one set of constants to another one. But you could at least just have an array of these values or something. All right. So, and in fact, you have to map all the domain values no matter what. So you could have one array of these and then two arrays of the right-hand side and just do the assign on init. Hello? Okay, I love also how these constants are like, there's absolutely no explanation of whether these constants are supposed to map to something else. It seems like maybe, because you start reading it and it's like, oh, it's just the consecutive integers. Why didn't they just make a for loop? But then you get down here and it like starts skipping numbers, right? So then you're like, oh, are these supposed to match up to something somewhere? Where? What are these numbers? What are they supposed to match up to? Literally no comment. Whoever wrote this code is richer than you, though, man. Or maybe about to go to jail from being on Epstein Island. I don't know. Something. Something like that. All right. Dude, I had this idea to buy NVIDIA stock so long ago, and I just didn't. Like, I mean, like 15 years ago. I was like, dude, NVIDIA is the stock to buy. And then just, I put all my money into games, right? Like, once in a while I buy stocks, and like somehow most of those calls, not all of them, but most of them turned out very, very positive, right? But like, in the intermediate times, like now, when I'm all in on the games, I just don't have any money left over to put in stocks. So I don't hold for long periods like that. And yeah, but no, I was thinking NVIDIA stock was a really good buy in like 2010 or something. Tried getting a loan to invest in tech companies around 98. Dude, banks, I don't understand what's the point of a bank and loans. Like in the old days, when I was growing up as a kid, I understood that banks were for two things. It's like you get an account there and you store your money there or whatever. And then you also go there if you run a business to like get a loan or like get a loan for a house or something, right? Business loan or, you know, your house or whatever. And as far as I can tell, banks just don't do that anymore with regular people. Like they're so incredibly risk averse or something, they'll do it in rare cases when you don't actually really need the money. But if you actually need the loan to do something, I don't understand how you get a loan from a bank. I tried when I was living in San Francisco. I had a bunch of cash in this bank. They could look in and see that there was like, you know, a decent number in there. And I was like, yeah, but I want to use this to fund, you know, shipping these games. And I would like to get a loan to buy. There was like a combo like residential and office unit that I'm glad I didn't buy because then I'd be stuck in San Francisco. But, and I went through this 2-month process of trying to prove to them that I should get a loan and I couldn't get one. Right? Like for a business loan, I have double no fucking idea. You know, like the kind of bank people I talk to just, yeah, I don't understand the point of banks. I think we should just delete them at this point and do something different. You can only get a loan to buy a house. Well, the thing that I was buying was kind of a house with an office space attached. But so in San Francisco, the real estate prices are so inflated. You know, this place was like 1.4 million. And this was before the prices went up even more, right? This was at a time when you almost couldn't buy anything under 1 million in San Francisco. Like, right. Like you could, if you bought a really small, like studio apartment in a shitty neighborhood, 700K or something, right? Maybe 500K if you went out in gang territory. But so I'm applying to them for 1.4 million and they're like, oh, that qualifies as a jumbo loan because it's more than 1.1 million and that's so much more difficult to get. And I'm like, dude, 90% of properties in San Francisco are over 1.1 million. What are you even talking about? How are new businesses made? Well, the way I did it was I worked jobs and saved up money in the bank, and then I lived off my savings. But yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe you go to a venture capitalist and convince them that you have a good idea. But like, I don't see how you ever get money from a fucking bank, dude. It's like never worked for me. In the bank, so they are useful. I guess so. You don't live in the US, so there's no VCs. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, everyone wonders why. Well, we won't get into the Europe flaming right now, but like, yeah. Hey, look, there's even more table. Oh no, that's the same second table. All right. What's her job? Tables. 0 inputs. All right. Great. Mem set. We understand that. KB initialize. Hey, set cooperative level. So this is using direct input 8, guys. Why is Microsoft's new game input API in 2024 using direct input 8? Am I getting trolled here? I mean, I like direct input. Code is mainly around 10 years old. Is this just direct input 8? Why is that what game input was? Was they ported direct input 8 to Xbox? Like, bro, at least assign this to a local variable called B. Like, what the shit? This is just... And then they've got X input here. Like, what? And they've got the C# caret or whatever the fuck that is. What am I looking at, dude? This is like the WinRT crap. That was Microsoft's biggest mistake ever, man. Oh my God. You've never seen this in code? You have not looked at WinRT code, man. Microsoft tried to get everybody to switch to this to make quote unquote Windows Store apps. Bigger than UTF-16? I mean, UTF-16 you can forgive a little bit because they made that call relatively early. And it was not a good call. But, you know. And they're kind of lukewarmly trying to fix it now, although not really. This is way worse. What does that even mean in C++? It's their own, they added some like, this is like some kind of like reference counted object shit that they added. I don't know if they did it by defining a postfix operator at user level or if it's like literally hacked into the compiler. Something like that. I never looked into it very far. Let me put it that. I saw when they announced this and they tried to get everyone to do it, I looked and I was like, nope. Nope. Some parts of Win 11 are unavailable to a regular compiled PE. What? Like what? What is unavailable? But what can be simpler than using 2 bytes per character? You can't use 2 bytes per character because there's too many characters. That's the problem. So you also have to have multi-byte characters in UTF-16 or swap code pages and remap shit. It's terrible. Any software or technology I'm actually impressed by? Not lately. Like, it's mostly just a clown show, to be honest. I mean, I think if you look in experimental CPU design, there's sometimes interesting things like tensor cores and whatever, but it's just so hard to do anything in that department as well that progress is very slow. Yeah, I mean, like, SpaceX I'm very impressed by, but I assumed the question meant software. There's like, here's the thing. Okay, they said software or technology. There is very close to zero technology development happening in software, and that's been true for like 20 years, right? The exception is AI, but even AI is not mostly technology development, right? There's like a small number of people at OpenAI and Anthropic and places like that that are doing technology development, Meta and wherever. And most people are script kiddies, like running their thing on random shit and throwing things at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like a very, and there is very little technology in software. Like the percentage of programmers who actually develop technology is like, I don't know, 0.0001% or less. Like, it's really low, guys. And I think that's a problem. Maybe it's not quite that low, but it's very low. It is certainly less than 0.01%, and that's a really small number. What do I think of Valve's move to CS2 from CSGO? I haven't really been paying attention, actually. I mean, I just don't, like, I was a big Counter-Strike player back in the day, but I don't, like, if they're going to keep, like, head glitches in the game and, like, the weird, shitty teleporting when you go up steps and whatever, I don't know. Maybe they're fixing that stuff. I haven't been paying attention, but the videos I saw was about how cool a smoke is and stuff, and not like we got rid of head glitches. They're afraid to change it. Well, yeah. Well, so start a new game that's like CS but different and just keep CS going, right? But they're just like... Valve is amazing because they're incredibly rich and they're scared of doing things. It's really astonishing. It's like they have this tall poppy syndrome of tearing people down, but it's like tearing projects down before they could ever put enough effort in to launch anything. Like, they have so much money and they just don't do anything with it. I mean, they do cool stuff. Like, I have a Steam Deck that we were playing with last night. That's really cool. And like, you know, the Left 4 Dead games were cool and the Portal games were cool and Half-Life 2 was cool. Those were a really long time ago. Half-Life Alyx was an okay experiment, but it wasn't very interesting relative to the incredible amount of effort and time and people and money that they spent on it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what they're doing. On the other hand, I mean, Steam's great. Just as a developer, Steam's the best store. But and I know Steam probably has a decent team on it and requires a lot of maintenance and all that, but it's like not a new thing. Steam's 25 years old almost, right? So they've done a lot of good stuff. This is not just like a Valve bash, but I'm just like, oh my God, why? Like, I want old Valve back is what I'm saying. I want Half-Life 2 Valve back. And we're never getting that back, I don't think, but yeah. They also made Linux gaming viable. Yeah, true. Steam UI is quite bad. Oh, I agree. So Steam's UI should get totally redone, but and I think they should delete a bunch of the stupid crap that some people will definitely complain about. But like, dude, get rid of the points shop, get rid of the trading cards, get rid of the gems, get rid of all that stuff. I mean, you probably can't because you would get sued because people would claim that that stuff has value, right? But like, even with all this cruft on Steam, it's still the best store on PC, like by far, right? So that tells you something. Like, you might have all these complaints about it, but nobody else has been able to compete with it. Is that just network effect? Maybe. I don't know. I also feel like it's maybe lack of imagination on the part of people trying to compete with Steam, right? Because you have to not be trying to make exactly a store like Steam. It has to be like really different in some way. And that requires imagination and doing something weird, right? So GOG is a good second place. I mean, do people make any money on GOG? 50% corn games. Okay, well, that's not good. Yeah, the UI to the Epic Store, dude. It's basically the reason it's slow is because like it's running Unreal Engine to run that launcher. Okay. This is just okay, guys. So literally, wait. This is the game input API. Are you telling me that Microsoft's new game input API is a wrapper for DirectX 8? It's like a, because this is defining game input methods here. Or is this a compatibility layer? What even are we looking at? Like here, so this is just polling here. So this will have exactly the same problem as our current code. It's just polling the state and checking the flags. Dude, like even look at this, like just like take a pointer to this array, take this in a value. If you're going to spam this line, at least spam a shorter line. Like, holy. And like, why? Like, why is there an array of Booleans instead of just flags anyway? Pull on a background thread and make a queue of events. I mean, that's not a terrible idea. The problem is, like Windows, again, so they keep adding all this crap to Windows, but like, it's actually almost impossible to poll at a reasonably rapid frequency without burning your CPU, because they still don't give you a sleep call that's worth anything, unless they've added one recently. Is there an actual sleep call where you can accurately sleep, or is that still not a thing, right? So what you have to do, it's this giant boondoggle where you try to sleep for an amount of time, and then when you wake up, you check how much time that was, and then you sleep again if it was way too early, and if it's starting to get kind of close, you do a loop where you wait. And you kind of burn your CPU, but not that bad until you, like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, they make all these things that you just want to do. They make them, like when people ask, what would you do for an operating system? That! I would give you a way to sleep with relatively guaranteed bounds on wake-up time. Like, yes, we give you more than 1 millisecond of accuracy. A millisecond is just an incredible amount of time on a modern computer. Like, what are you even talking about? Yeah, if you want to sleep for an accurate amount of time on Windows, it's really hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, excuse me. I obviously need more tea. By the way, to do that thing that I just said, to try to sleep accurately and then wait. To do that at all, you have to call time set period, which sets a global variable that's used to be system wide. Maybe it's only process wide now, but I think it's actually still system wide. You have to call time set period of 1 millisecond to change the interrupt timer, which then burns the battery of your entire computer. And anyone else could change back, by the way, and cause your sleeping to be fucked up again. And that affects the behavior of the whole process and or system if they didn't fix that. It's just like a global variable of, yeah, like it's the variable that says, I want to be so accurate that we're going to have 1 millisecond accuracy, which, by the way, you know when you're stepping in Visual Studio and by default it has the stupid shitty profiling on that says less than or equal to 1 millisecond? It's because Microsoft can't imagine any amount of time less than 1 millisecond. It's incredible. Create waitable timer XW with create waitable timer high resolution. It's supposed to be less than 400 nanoseconds, but you believe that's Windows 10 and later. All right, so in about 10 years, we'll be able to use that without alienating a portion of... See, that's the problem, is if we implement that now, then we need to implement that and the other thing. And the problem is the other thing will get less testing because we're usually running the new thing. And so the other thing will be broken, and then you get more tech support calls. Like, that's the problem with all this stuff, right? At least they're fixing it. But like, oh my God. It's bad. Yeah, he's not kidding. Yeah, I'm not kidding. This is like, literally, you can't sleep for an accurate amount of time using the typical APIs. It can't be done. Okay, someone says they changed to not global state from Win 10 2004, but in Win 11 apparently they broke it, and it's not guaranteed for minimized apps. Yeah. At least for Gamepad, if you're minimized, we probably aren't worried about that. But yeah, no, it's a clown show. I mean, all this stuff, like, it's incredibly messy just to do basic things. Like, it's an unsolved problem in video game science of how to render your game at a smooth frame rate that is fast. Like, that's still unsolved in 2025. And part of the reason it's unsolved is that the underlying layers are such a clown show at this point that they're just incredibly hard to deal with. And it's also complicated. Why is it unsolved? A lot of reasons. Let me look for it. This is a few years old, but so Alan Lotovats, who used to be at Crow Team, I don't know what he's doing these days. I'm not sure if this is the full thing, but this will start telling you. I'll paste this into the chat. It's very interesting. G-Sync does not solve the problem for many reasons. I think he'll probably go into it here. Stop. Thanks for telling the world my fucking email address. Fuck you. I don't know. He probably mentions G-Sync and stuff in here. But the problem with G-Sync, there's multiple problems. There's a couple of levels of indirection between when your program submits the frame and when the frame appears to the user, right? And trying to deal with that causes a lot of problems. But also, you don't necessarily know what frame rate. The problem with G-Sync is, like, it's up to you to set a frame time, right? And so you need to somehow determine what frame rate can you run at. And that by itself is really hard. You make embedded software for factory machines. Shitty sleep resolution on Unix Windows is 50% of why there's demand for your work. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. How to get into the beta before you start looking to something else. Well, if you're going to threaten me, fuck off. That's how you don't get into the beta. All right. So what do we do? Does anyone know? We don't negotiate with terrorists. All right. Does anyone know? What should I do? Okay, in 2025, because we can keep this gamepad code around for compatibility, but in 2025 on Windows, what is my best way to do gamepad input that is that doesn't miss events when frames are long? Does anyone have a good example? Should we? Yeah, that is what you meant. Don't say that's not what you meant. That is exactly what you meant. Fuck off. All right. So the problem now, I'm going to log into ChatGPT and maybe ask it this question. Oh, I can't because I don't have my phone and it's trying to two-factor me. Like, can I just get a retina scanner plug-in so I don't have to do all this? Is Face ID fake on iOS? Because Face ID goes pretty fast. Oh, it went to my email anyway, not text. I kind of feel like Face ID is like, it's good enough. Also, the problem with Face ID is, someone kidnaps you, they can just unlock your phone by putting it in front of your fucking face. So that's a bad idea. All right. I am looking for the best way on Windows to read gamepad inputs robustly such that events are not missed if frame times are slow. What API should I use, and is there example code somewheres? We're going to say somewheres to get the AI wondering where we grew up. Have I thought about doing paid beta? I've thought about it. I'm not convinced we would make enough to be worth it, but we might. I don't know. We might. X input. Limited to 4 controllers, may not work well with non-Xbox controllers. Built-in dead zone. Handles. I should just ask Casey, right? Casey does this with a. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to ask Casey. Let's just see the rest of what the AI says here. Okay, notice this does not solve the problem I asked for at all. This is polling, which is exactly what we are already doing. So it doesn't understand the question, okay? So all these people who are like, bro, just fucking use, okay, hold on. We got to use the turbo. Okay, wait. Does it not restart the conversation when I do? Okay, let's look at the rest of these. It's just giving me APIs with example code. Okay. How do I restart? Is this 01 now? How long are long frames? It doesn't matter how long. Hey, okay, we got a better answer. Capturing every button press, even at slow frame rates. Yeah, all right, I'm just going to email Casey. Gamepad support. I am fed up with all the stupidity around gamepads. I remember you saying you just use HID interface stuff to support gamepads. Where should I look to figure out how to do this? Previously, I was using X input, but this is a polling API that misses events between frames. And I would like to ship something more robust to all the people using the compiler. Missing events during debug builds really sucks. All right. Okay, so I have asked Casey GPT. Can be buffered, but legacy X input SDL2. Oh yeah, that's gonna. Yeah. So Casey doesn't even use raw input, really, I don't think. Or maybe he does. Maybe it is raw input. I don't know. I'll follow up question. And is what you do the same talk about or different? I thought raw input doesn't work on some classes of machines, so backup code is necessary anyway, but that was during witness time frame, so maybe now it is fine, question mark. Okay. All right, well, this was basically useless. I mean, this would be fine if I didn't know anything about gamepads. But I do, and that information was not useful. You're at MagFest. Well, enjoy MagFest. What's going on at MagFest? How fast is Casey at responding? I mean, it's the weekend. He might be out having fun. He might be playing with his cats. I don't know. Are declarations unordered in the module namespace? It depends on what you mean. Can they compile in an arbitrary order? Yes. So there's no thing like in C where you have to define the leafs before the things that use the leafs. We don't do that. Yeah, dude, this is the shittiest code ever. Get this off my screen. Like, what? Fuck. All right. Was this something that wasn't a problem in Braid Witness, or was it just not solved? Honestly, I don't remember. So on Witness, we might have done raw input with a fallback to X input. For Braid, it was definitely just X input, and just make sure the frame rate is fast enough to hit the events, right? And that's fine. For a shipping game, if it runs fast enough, I think that's fine. But the problem is, you know, sometimes you're running a debug build and it's actually just really frustrating, right? To try to deal with this. You know, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. In terms of gamepad usability, right now, if I run the game, let's pick a nice looking level to test on, because right now we're going to boot up to my ugly butt developer level. And we have a bunch of nice looking levels. This one's kind of claustrophobic. This one's more open, right? We might get trademark violation for that. Oh shit. Why does it say nothing? Oops. All right. Oh, we're running an old, we're running a release build that we didn't recompile since we made last night's changes. So that's maybe not a real problem. We could do this one. All right. Okay. Actually, maybe we do need an ugly butt develop. I don't know. I kind of want a bigger open area to test in. But like the problem is, if I hold the stick diagonally, I get this really awkward movement. So we need to look at what's... I feel like I have to be doing that on purpose, because I don't know how else you would get that. Oh, unless we're letting modules gamepad give us the so-called digital, that might be what's happening. But basically what I want to do is I want to record what was the last cardinal direction you went in, right? And if you're diagonal up to a point, just stay in that same direction. And then if you rotate really far to the next direction, then it's okay to change direction, right? So I don't want this diagonal crap. That makes the gamepad kind of unplayable. And the reason this matters is we're going to give people some Steam codes soon to play the game, and we want them to be able to gamepad. All right, we're going to go to ugly developer level. We'll make it a little nicer or something. We'll delete some things. Put our dude down here. He's just going to have a good old time. Didn't they in the Flintstones say that they would have a gay old time? Isn't that how that song went? Maybe we won't exactly do that, but we'll just, you know, we'll do okay in our own way. In our own way. How can you get Steam codes? You cannot. Steam codes are not for you. Steam codes are for people who might give us some money, or a publishing deal, or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. How can I get a Steam code before I start looking at something else? All right. I need to, at some point, fix this thing where he slides over to the edge of the square. I don't know what that is, but that's a lower priority issue. See that? He's like running on the edge. Living on the Edge by Aerosmith. I'm a speed runner. I'm speed running the game. I can't even get him to stay on the screen. 6 is too fast. All right, 5 I can deal with. Does the current level format allow for easy distribution of external map files? Yeah, it's just we're not focusing on that right now. Okay. So let's look at the relevant code, and then I'm going to get some more tea, because that tea was really good. I tried a new golden monkey that I've had in a bag for like the majority of a year, and it was actually really good. Let me look for the control. So we probably are using these events right now, which is why the controls are not as good as we want. Maybe not. That's character switch. What? Where are we doing it then? Okay, so we have a generate events. We're doing that. Okay. Oh, we're in the wrong. Probably had this loaded. Okay. Dude. So that's just for knowing whether we're using gamepad or not. Aha! Wait, but that's for character switch. Maybe that function I was ignoring it, but maybe it's called from outside. Update character select keyboard and gamepad. So this is character select. We don't want character select. We want the main input. All right, let's look in the other direction. Other direction. I'm going to look here. How do we... Oh, guys. Maybe it's just purely data driven, right? Oh, sorry, wrong file. So we have all these L stick. Yeah. So see this stuff? Oh, hey, look, this comment was written by me. I can tell. We'll want to use something more knowledgeable of the analog stick, probably. Okay, guess what? It's time to do that. Time to do that. Okay. I will be back in a minute. You guys can chat about whatever things that you want, I'm sure. We got to re-tee. We got to tee up. We got to tee up. What was the program? This is Bear Grep, and we use it because it's tremendously faster than any search written by Microsoft. Either the Windows Explorer search is incredibly embarrassing and unusable, and then Visual Studio is not completely embarrassing, but it is very slow. So, eh. All right, we're still boiling. I watered some plants. Okay. So, if we start the game now, we will have no gamepad. So we will now have to make it work. So let's look at So we just say Q game control. All right, so... Okay, so we're going to have... Just going to put it at the bottom. It's very easy. Update gamepad world input. What do we call it? This function we're going to write is just for the cardinal directions. Update gamepad world stick movement for gameplay. I don't know. Gameplay. All right. All right. To be continued. Because I got to get my water. But I probably do this in the menu. It's beeping at me. Right, left, stick. Because I believe I implemented my own repeat on the gamepad. Maybe I did that somewhere else. Dude, I don't know. I swear I did this. I don't think it was for braid. Is my tea in plastic bags? Civilized people do not use tea bags. Sorry. Sorry. Have I tried fancy coffees? I do not like the taste of coffee at all. Not one bit. Dedicated to tea only, of course. Yep, that is the way. Coffee press is great. Like a French press is a good way to make tea. Maybe I should get one. This has sentimental value for me. I got it in Prague at a good tea shop. And even though the lid is slightly broken now, because it's supposed to, that broke off, but it's still good. It's maybe a little small for my taste, but whatever. Not even black coffee? No, I don't like any coffee whatsoever. Tea is Chinese interference. I got one from Bialetti. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. So the only thing I don't like about this is the amount of plastic. I really don't want any plastic whatsoever in a French press, like zero. So I would probably keep looking around, but, this looks like it maybe doesn't have plastic. Well, no, maybe the handle being plastic is not so bad, but this being plastic up here, that's gonna put tons of microplastics in your body, man. Is that guy flipping you the bird? Like, I guess that's supposed to be a thumb, but no plastic, only the handle. Okay. That model looked like plastic in that one. So What's my opinion and experience with ISPC? I have literally no experience with it. I don't know anything about it. So I can't tell you anything. All right. So we just want to read left stick, right stick. Okay. And actually, in fact, just left stick. Oh, and then we could have the right stick just be character select without using the trigger. And that gives us back an extra control. Oh, that's such a good idea. And it's easier. It's more ergonomic. Oh, we're going to do that today, guys. All right. And then we got to make sure the prompting for character switch is good. What does a pointer actually do? Pointers do not do anything. A pointer is just an integer. That is literally all that it is. It does not do anything. You recommend a borosilicate glass teapot that comes with an infuser. So here's the thing. Casey got me a glass tea boiling system last year for Christmas. And it was pretty cool, high quality thing. It had like a big basket where the tea goes in, and it was all glass, except on the top, the lid of the basket is fucking plastic. And if you boil water, like if you go to Plastic List, which was this new study that they just did, commissioned by third parties because our FDA is fucking useless assholes. The number one thing they found was that the big problem with plastic and liquids is when the liquids are hot. So like cold bottles of water is like maybe not that bad unless they were stored for a long time in a warm room before put in the refrigerator, which they probably were. But like boiling water on plastic is that's going to put plastic all over your body, and it's terrible. So I didn't want to use it for that reason. But if you know one that is literally all silicate or glass or something, I would absolutely love to take a look at that. No, you should absolutely do not drink liquids out of plastic cups. By the way, don't drink hot liquids out of paper cups like at Starbucks. Why? Because those paper cups all have a coating on them. Everyone wonders why the birth rate is so low. It's because everybody drinking double mocha lattes at Starbucks. The coating adds flavor. Yes, the coating definitely adds flavor. Do I buy my water from plastic bottles? No. Whenever you see me drinking tea like this, I have first gotten the water from the reverse osmosis filter in the kitchen, which, by the way, was made in China, like literally everything else in the modern day, and that's going to be the downfall of the USA. But yeah. Is aluminum also bad? I kind of doubt it. I don't know. Try to increase your neuroplasticity. I'm not sure if that's what they mean when they say increase your neuroplasticity. You're excited to share that you finally landed a decent job and just received your first paycheck. Wow. Already, okay. Where's the job at? By the way, in the games industry, this is a really hard time to find a job. A lot of people are out of a job right now, so if you found one, then you did very well. because, I mean, we're starting to come out of this hell slump that we've been in, but I mean, there's still, if you look at game news for 2025, just the couple of weeks of 2025 that have gone by so far, there have been several layoffs, several studios shut down. Ubisoft might completely explode, right? All right. Someone's saying Elon Musk Nazi stuff. That's ban worthy in this channel. Yeah, what I heard is that aluminum dust gives you Alzheimer's, but I heard that like 30 years ago, and it's probably not accurate because nobody understands Alzheimer's. You survived 3 rounds of layoffs. Switch 2 looks like nothing. What do you mean? Switch was a very, very, very successful game console. So just a more updated, better version of that may well also be a very, very, very successful game console. I'm not sure what you want. What do I think happened to the peppermint bark? I think the delivery guy was working, a really long day, like 3 hours of work in between parking his truck in the shade and watching YouTube. And he got kind of hungry, and he was about to deliver this package, but it smelled pretty good. So he was like, I'm just going to open this up and see if it contains, any kind of, prohibited substances or firearms or explosives, because that's part of my purview. I'm sure that's been written into law that delivery people need to do that now. And so he was like, this smells pepperminty, but it could be pepperminty plastic explosive. Who's to say? And he opened it up and was like, it looks like peppermint bark, but it could be peppermint bark looking plastic explosive. That could be a good way to smuggle terrorist equipment in the USA. So I better taste it to verify that it is actual food. And then he took a bite out of it and he was like, this tastes like really delicious peppermint bark. However, if I were trying to be a terrorist, I could mix, plastic explosive on one part and actual genuine peppermint bark on the other part, and that's how I would smuggle it, right? And then the actual terrorist would know to separate the materials. So I better just keep sampling and tasting this in order to, I think that's what happened. Not all heroes wear capes. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with something really dumb. Again, we're just going to go dead zone. We're going to re-implement all these things. Let's actually check. What is our default dead zone? Oh, this is already doing probably dead zones. All right, let's just see. Length, or len, is length. Gamepad.left stick. If len. All right. So we're going to start just by taking the maximum axis and use that. So we're going to say mag x. This is in honor of MagFest. And mag y. We'll actually prefer. Okay. Okay, let's just, all right. Oh, dude, we're going to be such a awesome programmer. Bruh. I was going to assign a temporary variable, and then I'm like, no, fuck it. So we're going to make this code smarter. All right. Nintendo is actually the only game console manufacturer left by now. The rest is x86, x64, ARM mini PC packagers. Interesting. Who do you think makes the CPU in the Switch and the Switch 2? Who do you think makes the GPU in the Switch and the Switch 2? Do you think it's Nintendo? What are you saying here? What is going on? What is going on? Miyamoto. Yeah, Miyamoto hand knits the CPUs. Miyamoto's grandma is just like knitting all day. All right. Yeah, dude, if the aliens blow up TSMC, we're in trouble. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. What was this called? Left alt gamepad. All right. I don't know why. Maybe we can, whoops. Maybe we can collapse these. Okay, so now we got to figure out where to put this. Let's just pass a DT in here in case we want it. Layout. Okay. Whoa! Circular dependencies. Wait, what? Dude, we have like a really weird compiler bug. What is happening? It's probably due to this using. Hold on. I don't know why. Let's just do this and see. I thought I was being gangster with that using, but maybe it broke us. Oh, it's probably, okay, it's just the error. The using is confusing the error report. Yeah. We don't want to do these. We just want to do these. Oh, see, we don't want to go through the key interface anyway. Do I have a problem with the Linux kernel or just the distros? I mean, the kernel is certainly much better than the user space. The user space is frickin' awful. The kernel is probably not that bad considering, but I think it's way, way bigger. Like, it's the wrong thing for 2025. Like, you want a small kernel with as much stuff as possible in user space. And Linux is the opposite of that, right? And that's fine. It is what it is. It's certainly working for a lot of people, but again, it's a design from 1970 ultimately, right? And we should move on. It's a design from before almost everybody watching this stream was born, including me. If you don't think there's something wrong with that, I don't know what to say. Okay, so what we really want to do is I'm going to have a, well, let's see if we already have this function. I want to queue a new game control only if there isn't one already. And there's some nuance here about, because like while we're moving from square to square, there's functions that check like, are we going to keep going or do we decelerate the player? And we might have to edit those and stuff, but first let's just get it working. So queue game control is also in this file, all right? So, oh, we, the camera might be rotated. So we actually, yeah, so that's great. These are not the direction, the directions we pass are not the actual directions in world space that the guy goes. Okay, queue game control. Got many overloads. All right. Here's what we do. We just do this up here. If moves are pending, don't add one. All right, but down here we're going to go right. Yeah, we can just do that. Bro. All right. Bro. Do I have any examples of what I think a more authoritative user space could add? It's not about adding. It's about making the kernel small and understandable and simple and secure and all this stuff. Okay, well, the gamepad, I was assuming it's dead zoning, but what it looks like is happening right now is it's not, we're not getting dead zoned, so we're interpreting very small values. Let's actually print out the values every frame just to verify that. Right. Bro, why is this computer so slow? I swear I'm just going to swap out my other computer one of these days. Casey answered. I don't know. I'm not going to check my email every 30 seconds. How did I get access to this programming language? I was lucky, I guess. Yeah, see, we're getting really small numbers, so we're not actually dead zoning. So we're going to say, so we're going to try this again, by the way. Whoops. See, every time I switch computers, I don't have my hotkeys and stuff, and it just enrages me. Okay, this isn't working. We're going to have to fix this. That's supposed to work, right? Why isn't it working? All right. Why do we not have a test for that? It's crazy. All right. So Dead Zone, that's the new Marvel movie. Greater than Dead Zone, sorry. Okay. Open benchmarking test. Why are you linking me to a benchmark of building the Linux kernel? All right, so I'm running around. It's actually pretty good, honestly. I mean, it's already better and more playable than it was. Here's the thing, like if I bump into a wall and then go the other way, it's kind of annoying. So I think we want to do something about that. The little stall when stepping on the button, I think we want to do something about that eventually, but that one's more complicated. But like, it's actually, I don't know why the run speed is so high. It's too high. I'm actually confused about this. Okay, so must be a bug because I'm not able to walk one square. So the reason we're going fast is because we're always queuing two things. And I'm not sure why that would be. So that has to get fixed. But honestly, it's not bad. Like for our first stupid thing, like maybe I don't have to do the smart thing that I was talking about. Like I already don't have a diagonal problem like I had using the default events. So maybe that's good. And then right stick does nothing. So we're going to bind this character wheel to the right stick. Instead of trigger. And we'll do a little bit today playing with that. Yeah, I'm not able to walk one square. So why is that? So clearly, oh, we also want to check something out, or check something else. There's something about, all right. You know, maybe we don't want to do this here. Because we've got all this structure to call this function exactly at the right time. So maybe we want to do it from here. Let's see. Is that in player control? Okay. So we're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. All right. We're going to noche the heck out of these. All right. No. Can you see the init.el? It's nothing special. It's got a bunch of old crap in it that I don't want anymore. I'm not the kind of guy who maintains init files because I've done just way too much of that. All right, so this is what I expected to happen, which is like, now we're very gimpy, and the reason is because it's just as if like I tap the key, because it doesn't know that I'm holding the stick, and so it's decelerating him every time. So we need to figure that out, right? But that's good. It looks worse in some ways than what I was just doing, but this is actually better. Okay. So how do we do that? Decel. Test for deceleration. Okay, so if this guy is moving, right? If we pre-buffered a move, Oh, this is like if we're going, if we have buffered a move, but we're going a different direction, right? So we actually kind of want to test that, like. Okay, we're going to factor this function on the right a little bit. Because we're going to want to call this a few times. I'm repasting that. We're going to delete most of it, but so down here, instead of Q game control, we're just going to go return, right? None. Okay. So down here, we're going to say, we're going to get the direction. If direction not equal to none, then we're just going to Q game control direction. See how that works? Factoring. It would have taken you longer to ask ChatGPT to factor that and then paste it in than it took to actually do. Programming. Okay. Did I lose a lot of weight recently? I'm down about 13 or 14 pounds from December 15th. Does my face look less fat? All right. Yeah, it does. Okay, good. This is what I used to look like. Actually, at one point I was really buff, but you know, it's fine. Yeah, I was watching some videos and I'm like, oh man, my face is starting to look fat. That's when it's too much, right? That's officially when it's too much. All right. Water retention, maybe. Started mewing. Dude, the internet is full of so many things. All right. So, I mean, let's make sure this compiles. Stopping game. I need to put my hotkeys back. I hate resetting up every machine. Okay. So, like, dude, if you had pasted this in from ChatGPT, it would have had errors anyway. So, whatever. So, I mean, I kind of want to check for turning here. Get gamepad dir and check for turning. But that's a different thing. First, okay, so this is checking for keys pressed. All right, so then we're going to do this. We're going to go direction is get gamepad stick direction. If direction not equal to dot none, like why are we returning any key pressed here? Because if these are pressed, then obviously any key is pressed. Like what the shit is happening with this code? And I probably wrote this code unless someone, maybe it used to do something else. All right, we're gonna put a no check in to clean this up. We're not going to do that right now because in case there is for some reason something is happening here, then yeah. All right. All right. Okay, so now he's not gimpy. I really would like to eat some delicious kimpa right now. I need like kimpa on demand, but I don't know where to get that here. All right, so my dude is running around. My dude is running around. The turning animation feels like it's played too slow. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that will tune eventually. You know, the game's not done. It's getting closer and closer to done all the time, though. You know what? I'm fighting with him with the keyboard now. All right, so if I hold it diagonally, I don't really get any spam. This is great. This feels good. I bet if I held it in just the right place, I could get diagonal spam right now, but it's like you would have to be straddling floating point error, or not floating point error, but like you would have to be going back and forth all the time just due to the noise of where your thumb is holding the thing. It's very hard to do. Okay, D-pad doesn't work now though. So let's put D-pad back in the key map. Okay, D-pad is not in here. That must mean it's getting mapped in some way. Is this doing some magical? Hold on, wrong. Having gamepad and gameplay. D-pad. Does this do anything weird with D-pad? I don't know what extended pad means. All right. Okay, so I don't know where D-pad is happening. Again, it doesn't seem to be in there. Very controllable right now. Much better. This is so much better, guys. I probably want to make him go faster by default, but we should do that with keyboard too, because this is, you know, if I hold keys on the keyboard, he goes at the same speed. Awesome. All right. So even the bumping is not that bad now, although I could see putting in some handling for that. The bumping was worse before because, like I said, it was buffering 2 at a time. So you had to wait for 2 bumps to complete. And I think actually you can interrupt a bump already, maybe? I don't know. Anyhow, pressing A makes him do this weird run. I don't know why that happens. Maybe because it's a buffered move. We'll look at that later. So boy, I've been running around a lot. I'm gonna solve. It's one thing to run around aimlessly like a chicken. It's another thing to like legit try to solve. Whoops. See, there I meant to go up more. So it's a little, it needs some tweaking. Needs some tweaking. All right. Sure is taking a long time. Oh, we're loading in the overworld. Debug build. I'm walking around the map. This is a complicated maze. Yeah, it feels pretty good right now, honestly. Like, even at a low frame rate, it's working, which is a good test. See, your frame rate shouldn't always be high because you should test your controls at low frame rate. All right. Okay. All right. So I don't understand why this is a bug, by the way. This keeps happening right here. I don't want to debug it right now, but we got to fix that. It just doesn't go away all the time. What errors mean in this context? It means we logged an error in the game. In the game. Okay, low frame rate test is pretty good. I missed the button once there. So, but we know that. That's the thing we were talking about. All right. Yep. Maybe the gamepad arrow in the mapping file are for the D-pad. Good point. Good. Thank you for getting me back on track. It's just... Ah, yes, sir. So if I do that... Yep, D-pad's working. However, same problem. Like, if I tap it multiple times, like if I tap the D-pad 3 times, I want 3 D-pad events, right? Just like a keyboard, and I'm not getting that right now. So that's why we need to switch to a non-polling handling method there. Oh, this teleporter's broken. Anyway, we have a little command to check for broken teleporters and stuff. So we'll catch that later. Or maybe maybe the key just isn't working anymore. Like it wasn't. Let's see. We know this teleporter works. No, it's just literally straight up not working. Did I break? Did I put a syntax error in the key map? This is bad if I can't. I mean, the controls are, whoa, unmapped. Whoa, what happened? Oh, you know what? Maybe when we hot load the key map, we don't do the right thing. You know when Spike Lee said always do the right thing? Maybe we didn't follow his advice. Yeah, now they're... Okay, so there's a hot loading problem. All right. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, maybe we should reserve one of the triggers for run. Like, yeah, maybe... maybe we'll just have a run key. Because if we take the wheel off left trigger, then left trigger is free. And we could overload that. We could be like left trigger in place is call the friendly dragon. And left trigger while moving is run. Right? That could work. But we got some no check-ins to clean up. So I kind of want to take the W on this. But we have a little more to do in our decel checking because we have a no check in there. Aren't I spoiling the game by streaming the dev process? This game is so incredibly vast, and I'm taking care not to spoil the actual really good parts. So no. No, seeing a couple of levels in an 800 level game is not going to spoil the game for you. Possible ban evader says everybody leaves you because they see you for who you are, selfish and what? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Like what? Okay, real talk. If you're here saying stuff like that, like that's negativity coming out because I don't know you, but like I've been in places where I felt really bad internally, and it came out as needless negative responses to other people in other situations. There is such a thing as a constructive negative reaction to things, but that's not what that looks like, right? That is a purely negativity for the sake of negativity. And if you're there, what I want to say is, I think we've all been there. It's fine, but it's just better to not be in that area at all, right? You want to be in a place where your natural instinctive reactions to other people and other things in the world are positive mostly, or at least neutral. And it's actually not that hard. If you want to, you can usually get out of that mindset. And if you're stuck, maybe change your diet, because things that we think are just like what we understand about the world or something, when mood is involved, it's usually there's a lot of chemicals involved. So change your diet, exercise more, just see some sun, and just have good times with people, and it'll make your life better. And I'm not saying that as a diss. Again, I've been there. I used to have times when I was very depressed for long periods of time, and I'm not anymore. Even though I've been working really hard for 9 years on a frickin' video game that's not out yet, which are conditions that would depress most people, I'm not. And it's just because I've dealt with that internally, right? So that's what I can say. Just, it's not necessary. Nobody who says that kind of thing is happy. And even it doesn't have to be ha ha, ray happy. It could just be like, oh, I'm chilling, right? Nobody who says that kind of thing is just chilling. So I wish the best for you. However, you're banned from here. But there's other places on Twitch where you can go. Just ban him and move on. Yeah, I mean, that's what I usually do, but here's the thing. I said this in an interview lately. I'm not sure if it's the one that came out or one that's not out yet, but like, computers are inherently depressing, and especially people who are programmers are depressed a lot, right? And it's not a mistake. It's like something about the environment that we've built with computers makes people angry and sad and depressed, right? And how does that change? Well, I don't know exactly. Some of it's probably design. Some of it, like, why do we build these screens that only work indoors and won't work if the sun is shining on them? Why don't we fix that, right? But also, there's also some kind of a chain reaction of how people react to each other. Like, if you always react to other people with coldness or defensively or something, then it just perpetuates this thing of the internet being tremendously negative. And so maybe, just right now, maybe in 10 minutes, you're going to see me chew somebody out and be very negative. I've done it before many times, but like, at least sometimes we have to take moments and like try to change what's actually happening, right? And not be powerless in the face of that. And so that's why I took a couple of moments to speak to that. How do you do your code testing? We just have tests. Like, every game is different, so we build different tests into different games. So this game has a testing system where we pre-record solutions to levels and play them back at high speed. That wouldn't have worked on The Witness probably, unless you're talking about just panel puzzles, but it's not that valuable to test those. And that wouldn't work on the next game after this. So you have to do what you need. Do I see the value in competitive programming? Yeah, I think there is a lot of value in competitive programming. However, you got to realize that competitive programming is different from programming to build large, complicated things, right? And so being good at competitive programming is not going to give you all the skills that you need to build a big game like this. However, all things being equal, it is a lot better to be good at competitive programming than not to be good at it, right? Because at least being good at competitive programming demonstrates a substantial amount of programming skill. You obviously understand the language. You understand how to solve a problem given a description of the problem. If it's a more advanced competitive problem, then you understand how to break it down into steps and implement the steps in a high quality way. It's just that, and that's all great. It's just that once you get into large complex systems, the way you approach problems just has to be pretty different, right? So that's why it doesn't really extend. But yeah, it's a valuable thing. Do I meditate? Yes, sometimes. Not as much as some people. What do I use for font rendering? We're either using FreeType or SDB TrueType. I don't remember. We ship both with the compiler. We ship bindings for both. Could I elaborate on computers being inherently depressing? Isn't it obvious? Like, do I really need to explain that? Will we translate the letters on the floor to other languages? Yes. Yes. Every day is really 4 days. Yes. Oh, maybe you're starting to learn the TimeCube. How do you use this knowledge to make yourself more competitive? I mean, when you're doing your competitive programming problem, if you had 4 times as long to solve the problem as everybody else because they are educated stupid and do not understand the TimeCube, then I think you probably win the competition, right? You have 4 times as much time in each Earth rotation. Dude, you would spank the competition. Come on. How does that controller mapping GUI work? Is it configurable via the GUI or tweak file currently? What do you mean configurable? You mean the layout of everything on the screen and all that? I mean, that's just programmed. The term competitive programming is just pure cringe. Why? You have competitive chess. You have competitive running. You have competitive eating. If you can have competitive eating, why can't you have competitive programming? Closure still in the roadmap? Yeah, probably. Yeah, but those are also cringe. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, is competitive shooting cringe? Like, where's the line? Where is the line? Okay, so see here, actually, I guess we are not checking for direction anymore. We are just or maybe the comment's in the wrong place. So if we have a buffered move, I see, this is turning D cell. Okay, so for now, we're just going to do what the keyboard code does. So we still want to clean this up, but oh, never mind. This is fine. So this already does what we want. Just if we're in some direction, we'll do this. So let's do this one. We don't need any key pressed because it's oh, wait. Okay. Actually, if any key is pressed, then by definition, it's turning decel maybe? This is confusing. When do we buffer an additional move when you know, let's just say I want to see how this feels. Let's go back to our terrible level. So I think what's going on, I didn't write a comment for it, but the thing is, if we checked for a buffered move on our same character like above, so if we are holding a key, if you think that buffered a move or is going to buffer, I don't know. You know, it doesn't seem right to me. So he's definitely feels lurchy at the corners. Let me see how it feels if I go back and say, and remove this. Do you use an engine or library? I mean, this is our game engine that we made. It's time to play hardcore WoW. I was never a big WoW player. Okay, you know what? This is better. Okay, hold on. I'm ignoring... Okay, I didn't read the full code. Okay, I didn't read the full code. Let's do this. Okay. So this .x stuff is computed way up here. Like, what direction are we going? And we're sort of like reversing, we're transforming back the transformers. I'm surprised that the Transformers franchise over the past 10 years didn't ever radically participate in the social agenda. All right, so, okay, that feels frickin' awful. That feels frickin' awful. There must be something else. You know, it's because the reason this feels different is because when we press a key, we're adding a buffered move, I think. Yeah, like it feels fine off D-pad because that works the same way. But this is terrible. So maybe I'll change it back. We're going to have to explain this. My goal right now isn't to do absolute final gamepad controls, but it's to get it figured out, you know. Oh, is Casey here? Saw the email about X input. You on a voice chat? Yeah, we could voice chat. I think that would be fine. When you're ready. I'll be on for a while. I'll have to, of course, get some tea and all that stuff. Okay, we're just going to write a little comment about why we made this code this way. And then we'll see. I'll be back after breakfast. I hope you're not going to the Salish Lodge. That'll take a while. Can you join the voice chat? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Can you listen to the stream? No! No, you must press the mute button immediately. Okay. Dude, if I were to go back in time to when I used to program on the Commodore 64, I could make such awesome games now. Like, I'm so much better at knowing what to program. Oh my God. It would just be insane. I would go so hard, man. Did C64 ever get a C compiler? I believe it did. People didn't really use it very much, but I believe it did. So there tended to be, like, people with very advanced environments. So, for example, this wasn't only C64, but like LucasArts, when they were doing SCUM stuff, they would like program it on a workstation and download it to the C64 or whatever, right? And I believe if you went to like Electronic Arts and places like that, that's how they would program the machine. You would have like a host machine that you were working on, and then you would download to the C64 and reset it all the time and whatever. And I, as a little amateur boy, didn't have that luxury. So like every time I made a mistake, I would like boot my machine and have to, hopefully I saved my program and would have to reload the assembler off disk and run the assembler and load the program. It was a complicated many-step process, right? So I did not have the advanced environments. Dungeons and Diagrams C64. Dude, that would be awesome. Dude, TIE Fighter was a really good game. Except for that one level when they make you fly out there and get attacked without shields. That sucked. Oh, just go defuse some mines in this training TIE Fighter that has no shields. Nothing will happen. Do any of my games from the C64 still exist? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. It's kind of sad. I wouldn't mind having those now, but why did I hate Cocoon? Because I played it and all the puzzles were fake puzzles in the first hour or something. So I was like, this is stupid. This is just for people who want to get the feeling of advancing through a game by solving puzzles without actually thinking about anything or engaging with anything interesting. So I quit. I quit like sort of at or a little bit after the first boss monster thing. Brian Moriarty wants to remaster Loom, but apparently it's hard legally. Oh, I believe that. I believe it's hard legally. What about Cocoon the movie? I mean, I saw that when I was a kid. I don't remember it very well. Is a good puzzle game an IQ test? I don't know. There's lots of styles of puzzle game that are good. Some of them are IQ tests. Loom is fine as it is. Well, I think he's a little bit salty about the remaster that LucasArts did, because he thinks it ruined the art and stuff. And so he wants to do like a director cut remaster. Do I have plans for next game? Yeah, I have plans for like 3 games. You kidding me? All right, we got to write our comment here. In principle, the code below should say direction not equal to, or direction is equal to north, etc. in each case. However, this feels bad right now because we end up decelerating all the time, and it feels very different from keyboard because on keyboard, when you press a key for another direction, we buffer an event, but we do not do that with gamepad stick currently. If we change this, then maybe if we change that or somehow rectify the control code in another way, it may make sense for the code below to be what it should be. What is today? 27? 26? 25. We are 1 month from Christmas. Oh my God, already? What? What? We're 8.5% away from Christmas. I want to be Christmas time again. It's snowing outside. Okay, we've got at least one other no check-in, I'm sure. Couple. Do the prompt for local area map. That's a different issue. Okay, do the prompt for a local area map. So what's the other no check-in? Oh, we got two. We took this parameter out. That's great. Took this out. All right. Okay, we're going to take the W on this once we validate that it compiles. I'm checking in. Change gamepad left stick support to be more reasonable. Okay, now I'm still waiting for Windows to scan all the files. Let me go get an iced tea while I'm checking in, and then I will come back and we will all the other stuff, change overhead map. I never took the W from last night because I guess I was going to do that no check-in about the prompting. All right, so I'm going to change the character select wheel. I will be back. Iced tea while it's snowing outside. I mean, it's warm in here. Is your version control system self-imposed? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay. He means I'm not using Git. Yeah, well, basically Subversion lets you add filters that run when you commit. I'm sure you can do this in Git as well. So you can run filters on the files and do things based on what you see. And we have a filter that rejects the commit if it sees the string no check-in, right? How to find your Emacs theme. Don't we all wish we knew how to find our Emacs theme? I need to travel through Europe and find myself and my Emacs theme. Can my language make Emacs fast again? No, it cannot. Because Emacs is garbage collected and nobody can help Emacs. What about you that live in Europe? You have to travel to somewhere to find yourself, I guess. New Zealand? I don't know. New Zealand's a little small. I don't recommend anywhere in Africa at this point. How it's 2025. How is it, despite the immense amount of money pumped in from countries all around the world, Africa just keeps going downhill? Like, I mean, we'll see. Maybe you got to go through bad times to get to good times again, but corruption, yeah. Dictators and shit. Yeah, I know, but like, the theory is, I mean, the Francis Fukuyama theory is that you won't have dictators and shit if you have prosperity, right? And it's just not really the way it's working. Parts of Africa are doing well? Okay. Africa is not a country. Motherfucker, I've been to many countries in Africa. Have you? I didn't say Africa was a country. You said that. I've been to Zimbabwe. I've been to Zambia. I've been to Botswana. I've been to South Africa. All right. I've been around Africa. I've made friends in Africa. I've stayed at people's houses. I've ridden on combies packed with 16 people. The worst traffic accident I ever saw in my life was we're riding in a combi through, many, 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 many miles of desert. And in the middle of this long straight road, just over the top of a hill where you couldn't see over the hill until you got there, was a complete wreck of one combi that had been driving like 120 miles an hour, smashing head first into another one because he did a lane change at the wrong time. And there were literally a couple dozen dead people like lying everywhere. All right. That was my Africa experience. And it was like, oh, that's a vehicle just like the one I'm riding in right now. I've been to Africa. All right. Fuck off. Still have prejudice on a whole continent? Have you been there? First of all, answer the question. Have you been there? Secondly, I went to Zimbabwe because we wanted to go to Victoria Falls. And, Zimbabwe is one of the two countries neighboring Victoria Falls. So we went there. We went to Bulawayo, Zimbabwe, and a few other places and just sort of toured around. And this was right after Robert Mugabe had passed some of these laws reforming the way that farmland is treated and requiring farmland to be taken away from farmers with certain skin colors and so on, right? This was right after those laws were enacted and before the consequences of those laws occurred, right? I believe if you look, Zimbabwe has been in some very bad times for the past 20 years, in part as a result of the way that leadership went down. All right. So I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I went to Zimbabwe when it was a lot nicer than it currently is. Let me put it that way. So you're Moroccan. Great. Morocco is entirely on the other side of Africa from the places I'm talking about. But yes, not all these places are the same, of course. But like, when I think of prosperity, I don't think of Morocco. I'm sorry, but that's true. I don't even think of France when I think of prosperity. All right? Actually, though, I mean, it's a good point. I was watching the All In podcast today, which is often unwatchable. Um, but they actually made the good point that France held on to its nuclear power plants when the EU was trying to get all of its member nations to shut down nuclear power plants, right? Germany succumbed to that and now has wrecked their economy. And that wasn't the only thing they did with regard to energy, right? But Germany was the industrial powerhouse of Europe, and now it seems to be ceding that position. And so France made a much better choice there. But like, you know, Europe is so in America, we just had this big problem where we suffered a lot for like the past 10, 12, 15 years, however you count it, from luxury beliefs where you decide to believe things because they feel empathetic and feel emotionally deep and like the right thing to do, but you don't actually look at what are the consequences of those beliefs, right? That's why like California is all messed up, right? Because of, you know, what's the best way to treat the homeless? Just give them a ton of money, pay people a ton of money to take care of them. And obviously that solves the problem. And it hasn't solved the problem, right? Because you haven't looked at the actual problem and what causes the problem and what are the probable outcomes of the various solutions. Or not even probable, what are the experienced outcomes of the solutions that you tried, right? No, we don't look at that. We just do the luxury beliefs. So we've suffered through a lot of that, but a lot of what happened in this last election was a sufficient body of people looked around and said, we're becoming a shithole sliding into a deep, deep pit that will be impossible to get out of if we don't stop acting on luxury beliefs, right? And what it looks to me, as someone who has visited Europe many, many times, but has never lived there, is like Europe is still in the grip. They have slightly different luxury beliefs than we do, but they're in the grip of the same mania, and it doesn't look very easy for Europe to pull themselves out of it. Like, I don't know how they do it, right? So that's my view as an American in 2025. Feel free to ignore it. Hello, sir. All right. How do we want a Discord? Are we Discordians? What do we want to do? We haven't done a chat in a long time. Let me go on the Discord. We're going to have a special guest, Casey Muratori from Computer Enhance, and you may know him from his obscure blog, Computer Enhance, but most people know him as that guy who's on the Primogens show sometimes. And, you know, a little thing called Handmade Hero. All right. I got to go to my DMs. I've got to somehow find Casey here. I don't know how to do that. I tried searching and he didn't come up. I tried. There's no way in this very advanced UI to slide the thing over so I can see people's names. Okay, do you want to see something awesome? Hold on. Hello. I cannot hear Casey. I don't know if he can hear me. Awesome. Let me check my devices. My input and output device appear to be correct. Mic test works. Speaker test. How do I do a ping to test the speaker? I don't know. Anyway, Casey, mine works. I don't know why yours doesn't work. But let me just show you guys. Oh, there's Casey. So let me show you guys the left-hand column because I don't want to. Don't want to dox any of my chat. So I'm going to paste in, but this is what it looks like. Okay. This advanced UI, I moved it to another screen. And so this row up here, which is how wide the names are, I can't adjust it. And so all the names are one letter dot, dot, dot. Because obviously there's not enough room to draw more characters in these names, right? That's impossible. Okay. So.
Hello?
Hello. It is working.
I figured out what was wrong. Somehow it had gotten set to push to talk on my end, so the mic checked out fine, but it never thought I was talking because I was not pushing to talk, John.
Okay. Yeah, you got to push to talk. I don't know what you're thinking.
You gotta push to talk sometimes.
How is Casey's volume, everybody? Is it comparable to my volume? It's good. Okay, great. So, I mean, you know the basic problem statement, I think. I will rephrase it for the people in the audience, but it's basically in Windows, because it's so incredibly hard to read input from devices, like a gamepad, because a gamepad is way more complicated than a keyboard, because a keyboard only has like 105 keys or whatever, but a gamepad has like 4 buttons and like 4 triggers and like some 2 sticks, all right? And because of that, it's an open problem in PhD science how to read input from a gamepad. And Microsoft has had about 17 different interfaces over the course of gamepad history, including direct input in several different numeric revisions, X input, this thing called game input that we looked up that is maybe just a wrapper to X input, and then raw input. And all of these have had various stupid disadvantages over time because, like I said, it's a completely unsolvable problem. Nobody understands, even as a matter of fundamental science, how to read, 6 buttons and 2 sticks. So it makes sense that all the software is incredibly complicated. So, but Casey had been telling me before that he does something relatively straightforward that cuts out most of the BS. And so I am here to get the details on what he does.
So I think
good summary?
You will either be disappointed or happy that you don't have to do work when I tell you that all of the stuff that you're thinking of,
that
you're referring to that I do, that's for non-X input gamepads. So,
well, right. So part of the problem as well with some of these APIs is like X input mostly only works on Xbox controllers unless the user like downloads some emulator or remapper crap or whatever, right? So, yeah.
Yes.
I would prefer to implement something that works for many gamepads than just one.
That does not exist. You cannot do that on Windows. It's not possible. I apologize. On behalf of Microsoft, who will never apologize for themselves, even though they should have many times by now.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is just tell you what the situation is, because you've pretty much already got all the code you need, and there's not really anything that you can do beyond what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right.
So the way that it works is you have 2 separate classes of device on Windows effectively. There are non-X input gamepads. So, for example, if someone connects like a PlayStation controller to their PC just directly, no driver install, they just connect it, right?
Yes.
That will show up as what I'm going to call an actual HID device.
Okay.
Meaning Microsoft's default HID driver will be the thing that is processing the input from that USB device.
Yes. So, now, so to clarify, though, I think even when we shipped the Witness, we were under the impression that if we wanted to support the PlayStation DualShock controller on PC, that we had to download some PlayStation driver or whatever that Sony provided. And you're saying, actually, you can just read the input from the thing.
Correct.
Yes.
At least if you're talking about PlayStation 4 and up. So if
Yes.
you're talking about maybe like PlayStation 3 and earlier, those are kind of a little bit different, but like I don't think anyone cares about that anymore. Like they're probably using PS4 or PS5 controllers nowadays, right?
Yeah. So people are saying PS4 just works now. So I don't know. Maybe Microsoft did something.
It has always just worked.
Oh, okay.
If you know what you're doing. And then there's like, do you want it to show up as an X input controller, which is like a separate thing, right?
Right.
So anyway, so if you connect one of those, by default, if you don't have any weird drivers installed or anything like that, the standard HID driver will pick that up as an HID device because that's what it is, like,
Yes.
as far as the protocol is concerned. And
Yes.
you can read that with raw input. So,
Okay.
so always been true, and that's just a thing you can do.
Okay. To pause again. What is the raw input compatibility situation? Because what I remember from the witness time frame was, I think raw input was relatively new as an API back then, and you had to do some like, device query and locking crap, and I don't know, there was some really bad state you could get into, and
Locking? No,
dude,
raw,
I don't
raw
even
input's
remember.
been around. You probably think of something else. Raw input's been around forever, way longer than the witness.
Okay.
It's like Windows 2000 era or before.
All right.
It's
So,
like
okay.
really, really old.
So we can use this without worrying about compatibility, is what you're saying.
Oh, absolutely. It's
Yeah.
the oldest thing. Like,
Okay.
it goes all the way back. And there's no device locking involved. There are some things where, like, if you're requesting exclusive access to something, I don't know it. There may be some things in raw input when you're initially registering that you can do along those lines, but most things in raw input, you're just a passive listener. So you're not you don't get like any kind of access to the device, quote unquote.
Yeah.
You're just like, So so here's the so the world would actually be kind of fine if that's just the way it worked. And Xbox controllers went through raw input as well, then all you would do is register raw input. Now, there is a downside to it, though, that would be true even if we weren't going to talk about the other stuff we're going to talk about, and that is raw input only ever handled input. There's a reason it's only called raw input and not raw output. And
So you're saying no rumble or whatever.
No rumble, no audio, no nothing, right?
Right.
So if you want to do any of the other things, you're writing more code. You have to like open a file handle to that device by matching the HID that you have from raw input. Like that part is definitely a pain in the ass.
Okay.
You can do it, but it's a huge pain in the ass, right? So it's not like raw input is actually that great if you actually consider the whole picture of dealing with devices, because you have to do all this extra work to deal with output. But if you're just talking about, I want to know what the user was pushing, that part actually works great on raw input, and it works for basically any controller that isn't Xbox controller.
Okay, so in terms of how I get the data, is that like an event-based thing, like the standard Windows, input thing? So it's
just
not
a UM input message.
So it's not a polling interface.
It's not a polling interface.
There's some interrupt running somewhere that like checks that the gamepad button went down in the middle of the frame or something. And so I'm much more likely to notice that event. Or do I still only, like if so one of the things that came up was, hey, I'm in debug mode, my frame rate's super slow. Oh, I'm missing button inputs, right? And so
right, that would not happen with X input. You would still get all the messages, right?
In raw input, I mean. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes, with WM input messages, with raw input.
Yeah.
Now, it's possible, I guess I've never checked because of reasons I'm about to say, this never actually comes up because of other things you have to do, but I've never checked to see whether if you just don't, like, at some point your Windows message queue could fill up if you just aren't checking it.
Right.
And in theory, at that point, you could miss a WM input message, certainly. But
yeah,
I think
I'm not
that would
worried
have
about
to be
that.
like, yeah. Okay, so that's all true about WM input, but you probably don't want to bother with any of that. because Microsoft devices don't go through any of that,
Great.
and they won't help your problem. So here's why. X. So when they did the X input thing, all of that stuff was custom, and the devices aren't HID devices.
Awesome.
So Microsoft's like controllers originally, they were their own proprietary thing. They weren't Bluetooth. They were their own wireless standard.
Yep.
They weren't They weren't HID. So they were their own USB thing. So all of it was completely custom. As a result, when you plug one of those controllers into a PC, you need a driver. Now, the driver always comes with Windows now, so it's not like an issue, but it's not using the HID driver.
Right.
So what happens is, in order to provide HID messages for these controllers, which they did want to do because that's what like allows them to work with like direct input or something, the actual the actual driver that's reading the Xbox controller input makes fake HID messages and hands those off to the system, which are not actually HID messages from the controller. They're HID messages from the driver that's translating them from the USB messages it's actually receiving or whatever.
Right.
They have Bluetooth. Like newer Xbox controllers do have Bluetooth, so like the Bluetooth driver, that sort of thing. So the result of all of that crap is, depending on which if you're trying to support generic X input controllers, if you wanted to support them as HID using WM input like you're supporting all your other controllers, you would have to use those synthetic HID messages, which wouldn't be the end of the world if it wasn't for the fact that Microsoft fucked them up.
Right.
Those HID messages merge the state of the triggers into one position. Z position is what it's listed as. And you cannot tell separately what the two triggers states are. At all. Right? So there is no actual way to write one thing that handles both types of controllers natively. You either use like their new, I think they wrote like a new thing, some new crap thing you could use that's like sits on top of this stuff, I guess, or you have to have both a WM input path and a X input path. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So the actual solution, I just wanted to give you that. That's why I wanted to do voice, because I'm like, I got to explain all this stupid crap, because otherwise the thing I'm going to tell you is going to make no sense. You're going to be like, wait, what? But it's like, that is the whole background to how disgusting all of this is. So the thing that you want to do to solve your actual problem you were concerned about, which is that I'm missing my X input messages, is since in Windows you already have to have a separate thread that is sitting there for Windows messages so that you can like draw while you're resizing. We did this together a while back. I don't know if you remember.
Well, I don't do that in a thread. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about drawing while resizing.
Wait,
so we don't do
did
that
this together. Remember?
No, I mean,
Dangerous Threads crew. You don't remember the Dangerous Threads crew?
a lot of stuff has happened in the past 5 years. So,
Jonathan, I feel so. I don't feel seen right now, John. I don't feel seen. I feel like you're erasing.
Did we actually do that? I remember.
Yes. Forge
Okay.
AI. We did it Forge AI.
Right. Okay.
So I figured it was in your game.
No. Okay. Here's what happened with that: is we talked about it, we did it, and I looked at it, and I was like, okay, maybe this is something that I would do in my own code, but there's sort of a separate issue of like, what do you ship to people as part of the base API in like all the modules that go out to everybody, right? And I think I decided that I didn't want to subject people to that complexity at this time for that. And the thing is, the game still uses that as well. And I was like, is it worth implementing just for the game? Probably not, because people are just going to be playing the game full screen. So I have not actually implemented it. But I remember now. The memory has come back.
Okay. Well,
but I don't do that. So
Okay, well, this is not going to be as easy as I thought it was going to be.
I mean, I
But also, I'll
could
just
like
tell you.
if it's what I have to do the right thing for gamepad, then we would end up doing it anyway. So
Yeah. So here's what you actually do: is normally you, normally you do what Dangerous Thread Crew does.
somebody has
You
linked the YouTube video for Dangerous Threads Crew, by the way, so I can
okay,
refresh my memory, and the
okay,
audience will know what we're talking about if they merely follow the link.
okay. But it's very simple. All is you start up, right? Windows calls you at your WinMain, startup point or whatever.
Yeah,
And normally, like what you've got going now, presumably, because you said you weren't threading or whatever,
yeah,
you start up in there and you're just doing like a loop in there where you like go, oh, I'll peek message for a little bit and then I'll like call my renderer or whatever, right?
yeah. We
Something
just
like
do it
this.
once per frame right now.
Yeah.
Still,
So all you do differently is in that WinMain, you take all the render stuff that you had and you just put that in a separate function and you right at startup, you just start a thread and give it that function. That function then is just going and doing your render update loop, right? That's how that works. In the main thread, the one that you actually started, which now has no work to do,
yeah.
that's the one that does all your peak messaging. And then any messages that you wanted your main thread to, your actual old render thread to handle, you just
Yeah.
forward them.
So
Right?
now,
That's how
because
you
I
do it.
don't remember the Dangerous Threads Crew that well,
Okay.
I'm assuming there has to be a reason why you set it in the order it does, where the main thread reads the input queue, as opposed to the opposite, which is because if I were just to do it asynchronously, I would spin off a side thread that does the input queue itself, right? So does it
Yes.
matter which thread does it?
Yes, sort of. So, yeah, I'm really glad we're talking voice because this would have been a lot to
Yeah.
an email. Okay, so here's the reasons. Here's what's happening, and you can decide what you want to do. So the only 100% critical or moisture critical, I think, is something that happens on Twitch.
Yes, that
Is
definitely
the,
does. Yes.
yes, the only moisture critical thing that you have to absolutely have to do is whoever creates the window. So whoever literally the thread that calls create window, that, right?
Yeah.
That must be the thread that
So stupid, man.
yeah, it is. That must be the thread that doesn't render. Because that is the thread that will block during resize. So as long as you create the window on
Right.
the thread that isn't the one rendering, you will be fine. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the startup sequence looks something like enter WinMain, create window, any other startup we want to do that's like making sure everything's working before we bother starting a render stream, like initialize direct input if we have to, or I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't really have to do that, but whatever. Then create thread off to my render thread, and it can go off and run the game now. And then we peek message to look at any Windows messages
Right.
that come in for our window. That's how that has to work. And again, the reason for that is because in Windows, the message queue, although you would never know this from looking at the API, but it's documented, but it doesn't it's not clear in the API in any way. Message queues are per thread. So there is no such thing as an application message queue in Windows. It doesn't exist. There's only thread message queues in Windows.
Right.
And so when you post a message, you're posting it to some particular thread. And so anytime you get a Windows message, it's going to the specific thread that is the thread which created that window. And you can't change it. Like, you're not allowed to say, hey, remember this thread created this window, but I'd rather the messages get sent to this other thread.
Nope.
Not gonna.
The whole stupid thing about this, right? Like
Oh, it's very stupid.
the way that the message queues all work and all these things, you know that back when they were working on like somewhere between Windows 1 and 3, their vision
Yeah.
of the future is that every application is message based, and they're obviously going to use all these message queues to pass their own messages around. And that's just
Yep.
how you make a Windows program. And like
Yes.
that's how you end up with design decisions this bad, in case anybody in chat is wondering. It's not like a mistake. It's like, no. The future is message passing between threads that is controlled by Windows, right?
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
that's actually not the future. So
It's Alan Kay's wet dream, right?
yeah,
Everything is this. Every single thing that could possibly exist in the system is a window, whether it draws anything or not.
yes,
And they all are sending a crap ton of messages to each other
yes,
all the time.
and blocking on those
Mostly small
messages,
talk.
by the way, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay,
But yeah, messages with no payload, by the way, which is another
yeah, yeah,
weird
yeah.
thing.
Like, have
But yeah.
fun dealing with that.
Yeah, and then you have to do all these like locked, like shared allocation, like global atoms and all this crap. If you've never
Casey,
dug into the Windows API,
yeah,
it is a fucking shit show. Yeah.
Casey,
Anyway,
nobody will ever want a payload bigger than a 16-bit integer. Come
yeah.
on.
Well, two. You had two, John. To be fair, you
Okay,
have
okay.
WPRAM and LPRAM, so you
All
know,
right.
go to town. It's an embarrassment of riches. Anyway, so that's the thing about the resizing, right? Is like whoever creates the window, they cannot be the renderer because whoever creates the window, their thread will be suspended during resize. That's just what happens, and there's nothing you can do about it, right?
Yeah.
So that's just a nice housekeeping thing to do that makes the app more responsive if it's a windowed app. Like you said, if you're always full screen and you don't support running the game in a window, then this is really not very important. But there you go.
Okay.
When you have already done that,
yes.
then it becomes very simple to solve this problem because you put the X input polling on that same thread, right? And what you do is your loop just goes and has you've got that loop instead of peak message is just a get message loop now, right? Because it
Yes.
doesn't have anything else to do, so it just blocks on get message
Yes.
and just processes messages that come in. You already are going to register raw input on that because you probably wanted raw input for mouse and keyboard anyway. Like the witness already has raw input in it for mouse and keyboard. I don't know if you remember, but it does that, right? And I assume
Yeah.
you still do that, probably. I don't know.
I don't remember.
But,
Like when we ported over the code, some stuff changed. I don't know. I will take a look at what we're doing there.
but basically, there's just one thing you do, which is you fill out this array that says what kinds of devices you want. And in the witness, it was like, we want keyboards and we want mice. And then it calls register raw input devices. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
right? You just add gamepads to that. If you add gamepads to that, when you call that registration, then, and you know, you're going to love it. Obviously, I just got through telling you how you can't read X input devices through WM input, so you're like, Casey, why do you bother? Well, the reason is because now you will at least get a WM input message every time the gamepad receives a new state, or the driver receives a new state for the gamepad.
Yeah.
So then you know when to do your X input poll. So every time you receive a WM input, you can call to pull the gamepad, or you can just, you don't even have to do that. You can just pull the gamepads every time through that loop, right?
Yeah.
Either way works.
Yeah.
That is how I actually do it now. I wish I was kidding.
Yeah. I mean, this is why software sucks, everybody. Because, like, to do
Yeah.
basic things. So, by the way, you probably weren't listening to the stream about this, but, like, earlier, I was talking about, you know, a simpler thing where maybe you just have a thread that sleeps and then polls every once in a while. And then I was talking about how fun it is to sleep for an actual defined but short amount of
yeah.
time on Windows.
Yeah, no, that
Which is
doesn't
like,
work.
that's another open problem in PhD science.
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay, so I get it. I get it.
So
I don't know if I
assumption
want to
would
do
be
this
the
right now, though.
Yeah, the two things you could do that you could try are just create a thread, register raw input devices, sleep on that. I'm not sleep on that. Get message, and
Yeah.
whenever you get a get message, you pull the X input. That would work. If you do want to do the sleep version,
Yeah.
I think you probably could, because I don't know if the X input, like, I think sleep's granularity is going to be something like 10 milliseconds or something,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know. So you might be able to do that and it would still work. If you did a sleep one and then pulled every time, that might work.
No, that's not good
But
enough.
it's
Yeah.
probably a little janky.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So those are the options. And then if you want to go full bore, you can do the thing I said at the outset, which is just like, okay, actually do the dangerous threads crew thing. And then that you can also have that, because the only risk there at that point is that polling will be interrupted when you're resizing the window. But if someone's trying to use the Xbox controller while resizing the window, that seems
Yeah,
unnecessary.
that's
So I
no,
don't
no, no.
create a separate thread for that. That
Yeah.
seems unnecessary.
So I think that's what I would do as a first step. There is, like you're saying, just do the separate thread. That doesn't sound that hard, because like you don't want your Windows event response code to really do anything non-trivial anyway, because that's a nightmare. So yeah. I mean, for people who don't know why with that, it's because even if you're running from your main thread, you get called like from some callback at some time when something happens in the system, and so this code is not really running from within the flow control of your main program. And
Yeah,
like,
no, it's not. Yeah.
it's not great. It's not a great situation anyway. So what you typically would tend to do is you look at the Windows message, you translate to something that you actually want, and then you like store that data somewhere, and then your main program probably reads that data. That's how I do it anyway. Like I don't be calling complicated functions when like mouse left button down event comes in or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Like
Yes.
that's just not how you do it. But that's what the Windows people envisioned when they wrote all this. And like they just didn't have the foresight or the programming experience, I guess, or something to even see like, wait, if you're deep in a callback with stuff happening, maybe you don't want to do complicated things. But they were like, no, 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 you'll do everything that way. Like we'll send you a WM Paint and you will then render all your graphics.
Right.
It's
Yes.
like,
Yes. Yes.
no, that's not how it's going to work, guys. Yeah. All right. So that's very helpful.
Yeah.
I'm going
Oh,
to,
and someone in chat was mentioning the high resolution timers, and that is true. Like in more recent versions of Windows, if you don't want to use sleep, they do have like new high resolution timers you can register.
yes, but what I was explaining about that is, of course, because those only
But I
go
don't
back
use
to
them.
like 2019 or whatever,
Yeah.
I would have to implement both paths anyway. And
Yep.
then the more complicated, older, jankier path wouldn't really get tested from day to day, right? Because I'm on it. So it's not really going to work when
Yeah.
someone uses it in the field. Or like it puts an extra testing burden on you of like, make sure to put a bunch of hours into running the game on Janky Box over there, right? So
Yes.
I don't know. It all sucks. Like it's deeply embarrassing.
Well, also, I would mention, I could be wrong about this. Because I haven't tested it in a long time. But for a very, like a shockingly, a truly, deeply, unnervingly, shockingly long time,
Yeah.
pulling an X input controller that was not connected,
Oh, it took like 30 milliseconds
like
or
100
something crazy.
milliseconds.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yes.
Like it was insane, and there was there was no way to know if a controller was connected or not without pulling it. So that was another reason to put them on a thread that wasn't the render thread, because
Yeah.
they're insanely bad, right?
Well, in all our games,
And I
like
don't
in The
know if they got
Witness, for
fixed.
example, that was just never solved. So what we do is we pull on startup, and then we pull if you open the menu or something, right?
Okay.
And like that's it, because you just can't
Yeah.
do it every frame, you know?
Yes.
In fact, not even on the Xbox could you do it every frame, by the way. It was slow there, which is crazy.
What?
Yeah.
No.
No,
Really?
no, it was, yeah, I believe so. I hope I'm not remembering that wrong, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I never had to deal with X input on a Xbox, so
Yeah.
that would be awful if true. Big if true, or bad if true, I guess is more like
Yeah. So you
right,
don't,
well, that's-
so you were just saying though, for example, because the triggers were the things that you needed X input to disambiguate, right?
Yes.
So if you pull a trigger, there is a window message that happens. It just doesn't contain the trigger data.
If
is
you
what you're
pull a
saying.
trigger, there is a WM input message that will occur.
Oh, but it's
But-
the one with the access data
They've been added together, so
aliased.
you will get one value that is left trigger plus right trigger, and sorry, it's something like left trigger minus right trigger,
Yeah, obviously.
something like that.
So because it's the summer intern said it's a joystick axis basically.
But we need to go negative, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to have it be negative is one of the triggers has a negative goes negative.
Like, why
right?
did they not
I
have an extra?
John.
Did they not have an extra enum to do 2 joystick axes? Like, what? I don't get it. Anyway,
I wish I knew why. Someone tried to defend this on Twitter once, and I was very not having it.
oh my god, dude. Yeah.
They weren't like a dumb person or anything. It was like someone who actually knows something. But I could not see eye to eye on that. But
No, it's
so there
completely
probably
stupid.
is some really contorted reasoning for this. It's just that it's not really acceptable from anybody if you're pragmatic at all. It is obviously a completely unacceptable decision and has ruined it for everybody, right?
Yes. So, okay. So now my second question then is, if the triggers are really the only problem, can I, as a first stage of handling, just do all the... No, because you were saying X input devices don't end up sending... Like if I... Okay, wait. If I press A on an X input device, such as this Xbox controller I am holding, according to what you said, there must be some window message that comes through that lets me know that I'm going to poll. But does that say it's the button A via raw input or something? Right? Is it only the triggers that I need to deal with in the polling?
Well, you really don't want to do it quite that way, like I said, because the message that comes in is a state block. It has the full state of the controller, like the same thing that you get from X input comes in with WM input. It's just it's had the triggers collapsed.
Right. So,
right?
But so I could read everything else but the triggers from that message.
Right. But you wouldn't want to, because now you don't know how that correlates to the one you polled, because you wouldn't... I mean, you might be able to by using the event stamp. I don't know. So, like I said, I don't do that because for a number of reasons. And here they are.
Okay.
So, when you get the WM input message, because, I really can't underscore just how bad this stuff is. If it sounds like I'm making crap up, chat, like, I swear to God, dude, like, I had to figure all this stuff out, by the way. Like, I had to do all of this reverse engineering myself, everything that I'm saying, many years ago. So here's the problem. WM input, when that comes in, you're just going to have, like, a device handle. It's going to literally be like a handle. It's like, here's a handle to the device that this is coming from. And normally, that would make some sense, because that device handle is a thing that you would then query if you wanted to get, like, some more information about the device, like, through the setup API, like, oh, you know, what's its vendor ID, and things like this, right?
Yep.
So that's what you're going to get. So you're going to see, like, oh, this device handle gave me these packets. Like, this, like, raw data, right?
Yep.
Now, it will not tell you, because it's just a fake HID stream that the driver is crapping out. It won't tell you things like, which player did the Microsoft host game software assign to this controller? So if you want to show, like, you know, let's say you have a multiplayer game and you know the Xbox has that ring that, like, lights up.
Yep.
If you want to correspond that properly, like, oh, you're player 2, I'm going to show you as player 2, you can't, because it's just not in those, it's just not there, right? Whereas in X input, you know that the 0, 1, 2, and 3 device numbers correspond to which light is up, so you can show the correct thing. You know that if you pull device 2 and you get back something, then that is player 3, right? You just know that because they correspond exactly. There's no way to recover that mapping in WM input. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it's even worse than that.
Yeah, I don't care about that, fortunately, because it's a single-player game right now. I mean, in terms of shipping stuff to other people, I do care, but yeah. Okay, keep going. You're saying it's even worse.
It's even worse than that. You probably don't care about this either, but let's suppose that the player, for some reason, has 5 X input devices plugged in.
Yeah.
It is not even possible to know which 4 are being reported through X input.
Great.
So you literally have no idea. Like, one time I did an experiment to see whether I could support more than 4 X input controllers by supporting the first 4 through X input so they had proper trigger support, and then the remaining ones through raw input, but you cannot because you don't even know which ones they are.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's the full core dump. Again, I highly recommend just polling X input on a separate thread, and how you want to do that's up to you. For the simplest thing for you currently, I'd say just just call create thread, pull X input, and maybe in that same thread register raw input for gamepads so that you can get message instead of burning a CPU or using a high-res timer.
yes, that all makes sense to me. I hate it.
All right. Yep, awful.
I
But
hate
that
it.
won't take very long, and it's the simplest add-on for what you've got now. So that's what I would do.
It's so
for
like
minimum effort. It'd take you a few hours, and you could just put it away and forget about it.
Yeah. I mean, the whole point of having a messaging API was so that you could get messages about inputs. You know what I mean?
And then they
Like-
proceeded not to use it for anything.
There just
Right?
there just has to be a new operating system.
Yeah,
I'm too broke to fund that effort at this time,
yeah,
but there has to
Yeah.
be one. Oh my god.
yeah.
All right.
Good luck, dude.
Thank you for the explanation. Say bye to Casey, everybody. Go visit
Bye,
Computer
everybody.
Enhance and
We don't need a plug.
Handmade Hero. Like and
Take it easy.
subscribe.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Jonathan Blow's Twitch stream.
Casey's got to GoFundMe to fund his trip to Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Send
Send bits. Everyone's got to like bits. Or
Send him some fart coins.
Art coin.
Melania coins.
I gotta post my Bitcoin address.
Yeah, it's.
All right,
do
take it
you
easy,
remember
everybody.
your Bitcoin address from memory?
I don't think I have one. I don't think
Oh.
I've ever had any Bitcoin.
Sad. All right.
Take it easy,
Thanks,
everybody.
man. All right. Well, how do I hang up? Disconnect. They changed the little icon a little bit, I think. All right. So the computer has been enhanced. We have learned that this is horrible and stupid. How is it 1 p.m. already? Bruh. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. That's how. Okay, so what we're actually going to do next, that's easy and doesn't require this thread thing, because I want to work on refining what the actual gamepad controls are. So what we're going to do next, after I make some more tea, is we're going to work on the character select wheel to make it more responsive to gamepad in multiple ways. I'm just going to bind it to the right stick. And right now it doesn't come up when it doesn't come up when we're on the gamepad, when there's only one character, I think, or maybe when it's just the overworld. And I don't think that's very responsive. I think you want it to come up always and just not do anything, so that people learn that control when they're experimenting. So we'll make that we'll make a few of these changes, right? Okay. But I am enjoying this new Golden Monkey tea that I have. It is delicious. It is better than the other Golden Monkey that I have, which is too acidic. So I'm gonna do some more. Why not check the source of GLFW or Raylib, see how they do it? Because, I mean, that's a fine thing to do, but they're not going to have some secret alien physics defying way of doing this. Do you get tea with little tea bags? No, civilized people do not use tea bags. All right. Water's boiling. Water is boiling. You drink Yorkshire Gold, no strings or labels, and they're paper. Well, I mean, the English may fool themselves into thinking they're civilized if they drink tea from bags, but they've been the victim of a psyop in that regard to keep them down. Maybe a little overhead OS unspecific library for this controller input. We already have that. That's what modules gamepad is that we've been looking at. Hello. Okay. You've said that like 3 times in chat. It's fine. Is this an appropriate place to ask for beta access? No. Nope. Do I ever drink herbal tea? Sometimes, but very rarely. Okay, the water's probably done. Back in a minute. All right, we got our fresh golden monkey. So, let us do. I feel like we haven't gotten very much done yet in this 3.5-hour stream. I mean, we got the gamepad working better. That's pretty good. All right, so we want to not map the thing to the left trigger. So let's go to gameplay.keymap trigger L trigger. Hold for character select wheel alt 1. We don't want that. Instead, okay, so now hold for hold okay, where is that even? Hold for, oh, it's just straight in character switch. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing, is like when I started this game, I was putting all these like hooks and buttons and stuff in the player control file, which is why I went there to look for it. And then I was like, oh, maybe yeah, I'm gonna change the positioning on the wheel as well. We might do that redesign today, dude. I don't know. Okay. So we have to change the wheel so it reacts to the right stick. And then we want to change the control prompting, which happens in Heroes of Sokoban, for example. Okay, so hold for character select wheel alt 1. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to factor this out so that all right. So we're going to have a separate flag. We're going to have gamepad right stick. Okay. Okay, so gamepad. All right, so we're gonna have a hard-coded dead zone still. We might make that adjustable. You know what? Let's make that a variable. Gamepad stick dead zone. Okay, and then we're gonna do this, and we're gonna go gamepad right stick, and then we're going to go, we're just going to return here, which we probably should do here now too, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, well, what do we do? We're just gonna bring up the character select. Actually, we're just gonna update it every frame. Screw it. If length is less than dead zone, oh, we just do that. That's all. So now we need to call this from somewhere. Maybe there. Maybe there. Okay, let's pour the tea. Gamepads. Oh yeah, we haven't defined that. That's a frequent trick that I do though. Like if I want to make sure I define a variable later, I just use it. And then we got to make sure to define it. All right, I need a little thing to wipe up the tea I just dropped. Just some little tea droplet, somethings. It wasn't a big, it's a few drops, like drops of tea. Come on. Seed oils have omega fats. That's good if you never eat fish. They are the wrong omega fats. They are the wrong omega fats. Wouldn't this solve the gamepad problem? What? What do you mean this? Did you just type it into an LLM and it said call X input get keystroke? Bro. What is even happening? What is even happening? All right. Okay. Where is this? I think it's in game. Tweak variables. Gamepad, dead zone. And then we'll put that in the variables file as a way of documenting it. We're just going to put the same values, but that way people who want to customize their game can see. Oh, it's called stick. Oh, bro, what am I doing? I dropped my tea thing in the tea. What is... I got distracted. All right. This cup is very big. And so the strainer fell in. We're having all kinds of issues today. All kind of many issues. Maybe I should use tea bags instead. No. I am a civilized person. Okay. All right. All right, so it's kind of not responsive, but what's happening is I'm moving the right stick and this interface is coming up. Now what we should do, we should pick a level that has multiple characters, such as the one that we're going to need to test for prompting anyway. So this one has multiple characters. We're supposed to put up a prompt here, by the way. I don't know why we're not. Oh, yeah, after you move a little bit. Yeah, see how it's not giving me a thing to do. But it could be right stick or B. Okay. So now I don't know why I'm not able to actually choose the characters. Maybe we only did that for keyboard. So it's working with the D-pad. So we just have to check it with the stick. I like this though. I like this direct bind. This is winning. This is winning. Oh, it's probably because, again, we were probably binding it via the key press things that we commented out. Yeah, so see, if I hit spacebar, then we're in keyboard prompt mode. But if I don't, then yeah, so we have to fix that as well. Okay, so this level is Heroes 111 copy. So like that, Heroes 111 copy. All right, so that's where we're going to boot up to. And yeah. And so I think I'm going to change the wheel today. Because I wanted it to be like a first person shooter originally or whatever, where you like have weapons in specific slots and like by muscle memory, you know each character's in that slot. But that's kind of annoying and you use very little of the wheel usually, and there's more than 8 characters in the game. So I think what we're going to do is have each character have a preferred direction that they're usually in. But then they'll sort of expand out from that direction around the wheel, right? And I'm not exactly sure how to formalize that, but like each of these, in this case, each character would get 120 degrees, right? And so it would be very easy to quickly pick characters, right? So Satisfactory's wheel is good. I don't know how Satisfactory... I don't remember it very well. I mean, I used it a bunch when I played. What about the Satisfactory wheel do you like? Maybe a modifier key to toggle wheel layers. Well, we don't have that many characters in the game usually. So if on some levels it's a little tight because we have like 6 guys or whatever, it's fine. It'll almost never be as tight as it is now. And of course, we're going to give you cursor feedback, so it'll be fine. Okay. All right. Some GTA 5 style wheel. I don't know what a GTA 5 style wheel is. You guys are just saying words. You're saying words. All right. What if I make a GTA 7 style wheel, guys? Is that deep? Or what? Never played GTA 5. I played it on fucking PC like a real man. Why is wheel not round? Because bite me. Because it was designed for 8 things. Can you not tell? Why would you make it round if it's for 8 things? Just use a TimeCube instead of a wheel. That's a good idea. That's pretty good. All right. So, as usual, we have this problem of what happens if the keyboard and gamepad are fighting. So I think I'm going to do something like, if you press a keyboard, it changes. And if the gamepad value changes, it also changes, right? So when we poll, let's take a look at what the keyboard handling looks like. I like the way I did the keyboard. It's good. We might tweak some things, but it's mostly good. So all right, Burke's comment is currently accurate, but we're going to redesign the character wheel so it won't be that bad. Rotate selection. What is that for? That's just a regular hero select? Okay. We moved it here, I guess. So we're going to have fun. We're going to do all this. We're going to upload the build to Steam, and we'll try it on the Steam Deck and see if the game's playable now, which would be great. Okay, update character select mouse. Update character select keyboard and gamepad. Okay, so have I tried Steam input? We're not going to use Steam input. I mean, not. We might consider that maybe in the game if it solves enough problems, but we're not going to use it like as a fundamental dependency in the programming language module that we distribute to everybody, which is part of, like, we're always sort of working on that code at the same time as we do this other stuff. Maybe show all characters on the wheel and gray them out. Well, that's what this was supposed to be, except the problem is there's more than 8 characters in the game. There's like at least... I mean, if we're going to get serious, because some characters like have alts who are basically the same guy but looks different, and you want to switch back and forth. There's probably like 15. And so giving everybody a definite fixed place on the wheel is not good. It won't work. However, giving people an approximate place on the wheel that is pretty consistent probably will work. So, but that's the design phase of what we're talking about here. We'll finish this, and then I'll take a break, and then maybe we'll do another stream later where we actually try to figure out the design part. Okay, so so what I want to do... Okay, let's go to update character select keyboard and gamepad. So this should call update character select gamepad, by the way, right? Like if we're going to go keyboard and gamepad, okay, so for here, we're like triggering a character select, right? So, okay, so this is old code. Interestingly. All right. So here we're taking the length of the left stick, and these are hard-coded dead zones. See, okay, well, this is interesting. We had multiple dead zones because I was being fancy. Let's not worry about that right now, but we might want to bring that back. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. It's cool that this code already existed. So So if it's this, let's just call it gamepad stick. Because I don't know, maybe we'll enable people to remap or swap the sticks or something. So we're just going to say gamepad stick. All right, so if that flag is set, then we're just going to have this be the right stick. We actually don't need the length. Aha. Okay. So we already did all this. That's great. So we're going to go, okay, else there. Okay, we don't probably need the, let's just go stick is gamepad.writeStick because maybe we'll remap that. And we'll just do this. And maybe that's all that we need. Wait. Where does that get set? Hold on. Analog stick already. Yeah, okay, so that gets set down there. All right. Guys, I listed on Twitter all the good names for Minecraft too. Okay. You would just call it Minecraft probably. Okay, guess what? The wheel's not coming up at all anymore. What the hell? I hit spacebar and it comes up, but I hit gamepad. It's not coming up at all. Is it not getting called anymore? What is going on? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Keyboard, does somebody return from here? I doubt it. Update character select gamepad right there. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Wow, there's rating people. We are working on character switching with the gamepad. Because what good is a game if you can't not only do real-time weapon switching, but real-time character switching and hit the giant enemy crab for massive damage? If you can't do that in your game, it's not a good game. You might as well go play Ridge Racer if you can't do that in your game, right? So that's all we're doing. We want to open character select. Is that what it's called? Character switch, yeah. All right. So let's, yeah, well, we don't seem to be getting there for some reason. Are we? Oh, God. We only do this. Okay. So we only call this function if it's open, but we're relying on this to open it. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg problem. All right. Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer. It's Ridge Racer. Okay, now our wheel's coming up. It is, oh, wait, it sort of responded to the stick, but like, oh, there, okay. It's sort of, it's really far off. Like the x-axis is inverted or so, it's not working. Oh, wait, it's still reading the left. Did I type left stick? Oh, this is still checking left stick. Oh, because I typed stick as right stick, but then we said left stick down here. I hope somebody in chat caught that. You win a garlic coin if you caught that. Ridge Racer. Okay, it's working now. I mean, we would like a little more feedback on it, but, you know, I think that's pretty good so far. We can go to a level with even more characters. There's 3. Ooh. Hey, thief, warrior, wizard, thief, wizard, thief, wizard, thief, wizard. Warrior. Let's try a level with even more characters. Actually, we can't. We got to go to Heroes 2. Oh. So what if I have only one character? Okay, we're popping up the wheel. That was another thing we wanted to do, was make sure this works on the overworld and just doesn't draw anything. All right, so okay, so here we got 4 characters. Ridge Racer. Here we got 6. What happens if I go to the gamepad controls menu? Where it says move there, we want to change that. That's used to be what it's mapped to. So let's change that. That is no longer correct. Because we want people to understand how to play the game if they go to the... Why don't we just make this the game? This is pretty fun, right? It's like disco character select. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. All right. What does it take to try level design for this game? Unfortunately, you're too late. We used to actually do streams where I would try to design something and chat would help out and contribute. But at this point, we actually have too many levels. We are cutting levels. We have too many levels. More content is good. It is not good if we go broke and run out of business and cannot finish the game and you never get to play it. How many is too many? I mean, we certainly have over 1,000 that still need to be vetted and edited and cut down. We probably won't have 1,000 in the game. So here's a question, guys. Some games, it's really hard to run a game development studio. We're in debt right now. We need to make a bunch of money off this game just to get back to zero. Some games do like support the developer DLC on Steam, where it's like a lot more expensive and you get a small token of whatever, but it's really just like, do you guys think that's okay? Would you go in for that? I mean, we would try to give something, but it's like it wouldn't be like a bigger, well, maybe, I don't know, we could give you some levels. I don't know. You bought a few of those things. Okay, we'll think about that. I mean, there could be some in-game stuff like you get acknowledgement in the menu that you supported the developer, or as the game starts up, you know, a bag of Golden Monkey tea. I don't know what the game mechanics are attached to Golden Monkey tea. It's not weird. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like if it's completely optional, it's okay. Like I think a lot of the negativity that people have around like microtransactions and stuff is not even that those exist, but it's like once it's like I expected to buy a game, but a lot of what I expected when I paid for in the game ended up in microtransactions that I feel pressured to buy when I thought I already bought the game, right? Is that a good read on the attitude? As long as we don't do that, it's fine, right? Extra is fine if it's not part of the game you expected to get when you frickin' paid for it. Okay. It's common sense, really. It's totally fine to advertise this game in your previous game's news on Steam. Yeah, I'll probably do that a little more with other stuff. What I actually want to start doing with new games on PC, this is easy, right? On console, it's hard, so we might not do it there. But just like, you know, if somebody likes one of your games, it's not bad to like put a thing in the menu that's like, here's the other games I designed that you might like, right? And just cross-linking them that way, I think is fine. Extra is fine when it's extra. Good way to put it. How about gotcha and chance mechanics? No. 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 Yeah. What if we give you horse armor for the developer support edition? How many copies of The Witness were sold on all platforms? I don't know, to be honest. Let me look on Steam really fast and then try to extrapolate. You got to keep in mind that what I'm about to say includes a majority of like discounted copies, right? So we've sold a little bit more than 1 million copies on Steam. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, the numbers are confusing. Because Steam gives you a number for like retail units, but I think that's like Humble Bundle codes or, you know, stuff like that. I think that's not included in Steam units. If that's not included, then between Steam and like Humble Bundle, it's 1.5 million. Which probably means we're around like... Well, it depends. Okay, here's the thing. If you don't... We were free game on the Epic Store for a month, right? And I don't know how many copies that was. But if you don't include that, we're probably around 2.5 million. With Epic Store, we're probably well over 2.5 million. If you include piracy, we're at 20 million. So, that's great. We're broke, but, 18 million people have the game extra, so whatever. Does the game have an official name yet? Not necessarily. You will know the official name when we officially announce the game. What I'm doing right now is I'm just sort of switching back and forth between different names to see how I feel about them and make it feel closer to done. Did we use that Microsoft C++ example? No, we threw that out. What's the best way to support our work besides buying our games, of course? I mean, if you want to donate $5 million to the company, we'll figure something out. Is 18 million a random big number? Is there data? Well, back in that time frame, it may have changed, but back in that time frame around 2014 to 2016, every indie developer who measured the piracy rate of their game via, who, like if your game has leaderboards, how many copies post to the leaderboards versus how many do you sold? They generally got a piracy rate of between 85 and 92%, which means for every person who bought your game, 9 people pirated it. That's what the numbers were back then. I don't know what they are now. That's crazy. Yes. You know how crazy it is. Here's how crazy it is. That means if 9 people bought your game, for every person 9 people pirated your game for every person who bought it. Then, what pirates say is, well, most of us wouldn't have paid for the game anyway, and that's true. But let's say only 10% of the pirates would have bought the game, or all the pirates would have bought the game at 10% the price, either of those. Then, every developer would have almost doubled their income and been incredibly more rich than they were, right? So when you look at bigger companies like EA or Ubisoft or whatever doing all these crappy things to try to deter piracy, that's why. It's because the numbers are so incredibly high. Like if piracy was 20%, they wouldn't do that, right? They wouldn't think about that, right? Because all these anti-piracy things actually also inconvenience legitimate people who bought the game, right? Usually. So they wouldn't do it if they only stood to make a small amount of extra money, but they would lose money due to people liking their game less. It wouldn't work out. It wouldn't make sense. But they do it because piracy is so incredibly high. Did I get a strong DRM for our game? No, we just use, on Steam, we just use Steam's default DRM and somebody probably cracks it or whatever. That's fine. When Braid came out to slow down piracy, I posted a fake pirated version of Braid on the Pirate Bay. That was, it was basically the demo with a little bit of other stuff. Like the little dinosaur guy said, hey, maybe you shouldn't pirate the game. And before too long, somebody actually pirated it, the full version, but it probably took an extra day or two because people thought that copy was the legit copy. I didn't do that for Witness, but I should have. Reuniting Philfish, Team Meat, and me again. Well, Team Meat are not working together anymore and may not be on friendly terms. I don't know. But they're each off doing their own thing. Well, there is still something called Team Meat that Tommy runs, but Edmund is not in it. Let's put it that way. And Philfish, I have no idea where Philfish has been or what he's been doing. Literally none. The Witness's pirate copy had issues. Yeah, because some Chinese hackers pirated it first. Like I explained this a long time ago, but they did that and they hard coded Chinese into the subtitles, and then Western guys just took that copy and put Western fonts back in, so the spacing was all fucked. So like I would watch Twitch and watch streamers play the game with the spacing all fucked, and I'm like, bro, you're making revenue on Twitch from playing this game, and you didn't even buy a copy. You fucking pirated it. God damn it. Okay, here's an idea. What if in this big game I upload a pirated copy and it's completely the full game with everything in it, except whenever you load a level, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of drawing on the screen, this streamer pirated the game and this is illegal. And you just flash it up there before anyone can know. Is Boulder good for relocation as a family? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a little bit hard to judge because obviously I wasn't ever a kid here. But in terms of the things you would look for as an adult, it's very safe. It's very nice. It's kind of upscale, right? But in a mellow way. Like nobody here is rich and snobby, or like fake rich. And yeah, I mean, it's a really nice place. The only thing I wonder is like, are you entertained enough as a kid? I mean, Denver is the nearest big city, right? It's about a 45-minute drive away. That's not that far. And there's a bunch of small, like if you look on the map, there's like continuous small cities from here to Denver. So that's not a problem. Like having lots of other people around and all that is fine. It's just, if you wanted to like go to the art museum, a big art museum, there's little ones here, but like a big art museum or like the, I don't know, like Arboretum or whatever, all that stuff is like in Denver. You want to go to Casa Bonita, that's in Denver. And that's a little bit far, but it's not that far. Like if I drove there every day, it would feel too long, but for once in a while, it's fine. And yeah, I think it's just a really great place. I'm enjoying it a lot. What I would say also is it does skew kind of young here because there's a lot of college students and stuff. And so, you know, there's definitely some older people. I mean, I turn 20 next year, so my idea of who's old might not be accurate, but it definitely doesn't by any means have any kind of like, you know, there's lots of old people here feeling or anything like that. I like it. I would say before you would move anywhere, I think you should go check it out and see how it feels. I don't know that this is the best time of year to do that because it's literally snowing right now, but, you know. Pirate Software did a thing where the saves were tied to Steam achievements, and he kept saying that makes it impossible to pirate. Yeah, maybe we would do that for this game. I would consider that. I mean, I could ask our Valve rep, because I'm sure they've thought about it. It did not make it impossible to pirate. Well, the pirates would just have to hack in some code to work around the saves, right? And save a different way, which is doable, but like that requires real hacking skill, right? Also, though, it probably means you couldn't play offline. Like, what happens if someone tries to play it offline? You think pirates can bypass whatever code they need to? I mean, maybe, but like, what if your save file is encrypted with something that you need to get from the Steam API, right? They go around it with Steam emulators, yeah. But that's a lot more of a hassle, right? I mean, I guess you would package the Steam emulator with the pirated copy of the game so people who use it don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I don't know. But like I was saying, yeah, making it harder to pirate probably is worth a significant amount of money, even if it doesn't ultimately totally work. Isn't that assuming you're going to publish just to Steam? Well, here's the thing. If you're releasing a game on PC, maybe there's not a lot of other places where you could make money anyway. So it's worth considering, right? I don't know. We got plenty of time to think about this. And then you look stupid for being beaten by pirates? No, you don't. No, you don't. I mean, if you hurt legit customers, that's bad. But like, again, anti-piracy measures only have to be temporary to be worth it, right? Because the first few weeks when you launch your game, or how even first few days, that's when the most people are paying attention to the game. And if maybe they see it on Steam and then, or they hear about it on a forum and they're like, let me go download it from piratebay.se or whatever the hell. And they go there and it's not there because it's taking a while. You know, some percentage of those people may decide to buy the game. So that's all that people are trying to do when they do anti-piracy stuff. It only has to be temporary. Do I have an estimate on how much the piracy delay is worth per unit of time? Not exactly, because it does depend on how many people go buy the game in that case, which I have no data on. Have I decided how much it's going to cost? No, I have not. Have I checked how much solutions like Denuvo cost? No, but like I don't love the idea of trying to use that. But again, I could talk to our Steam rep about that. Are they really buying the game when they can't get a pirated copy? Well, again, probably most people don't. But like I just said, if only 10% of people buy the game, you doubled your revenue, which is insane as a developer, right? It's like you're suddenly fucking rich, whereas before you were poor and going out of business. Like you have no idea how much of a difference that is. Now, do I know if it's 10%? No, I don't know that. But 10% sounds at least within the realm of plausibility. Do I find it's better if the game is coded such that it could be easily separated from the game, or if the engine is coded so it's easily separated from the game? No, like if you try really hard to separate the engine from the game, it's a waste of time and causes you to do a lot of inconvenient things. But at the same time, if you're doing just reasonable, normal software engineering, there will be some degree of natural separation, right? And that's all I do is I aim for the easy degree of natural separation that you would automatically get. And then when we do a new game, you spend like a day chopping out the old game and it's fine. Do I think price matters for piracy? Kind of, but not really. Like, it's really more like the people who are going to pirate a game are going to pirate a game, right? If the price is too high, does that number of people increase? Yeah. But like, there's always just a baseline of people who are just going to pirate. Release the game completely broken midway through. No, you can't do that because the problem is you still get all the tech support emails from people saying, my game doesn't work. And then that drowns out legit tech support email. Like, dude, it's so funny when you get a tech support email from someone that you know has a pirated copy, but they're claiming that they bought it on Steam. I've been there. I have been there. I have been in email conversations with people who I knew pirated the game. And I was suggesting to them, maybe you should check your binary to make sure it matches the actual official Steam download. Just check that. What do I think of the Factorio dev philosophy of never discounting the game? I think that's great. If you sell a ton of copies and are rich, then that's great. And you don't need to discount it. It's probably fine. I fixed the issue and it's on Steam. Just download the new patch. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. What the hell were we doing before we stopped and chatted for an hour here? We were fixing this. I guess I wanted to draw some feedback, right? So when we draw the character select wheel, so again, we'll make this maybe more circular later. This is the thing. We draw the background and then we draw characters over it, right? And here we draw selector stuff. Oh, draw character select mouse. This might be exactly what we want. Yes, okay. So we'll do gamepad. Draw character select gamepad. All right. Okay. So gamepad. All right. If not this. By the way, guys, since there's probably some people in chat that use this programming language, I've had a wacky idea that's probably kind of stupid, but I almost just want to do it. And the idea is as follows. You end up doing this all the time just when bit masking, right? And this is annoying and stupid to have to put these parentheses in just to do a not, right? So yeah, I was thinking about this, but, and this is tempting, right? I mean, that's only for ands, but that would be fine. But here's the thing. The other thing that I was going to do, way back when I started designing the language, I was going to do the following thing. And then I implemented something that wouldn't let me do that. And then I changed that. And I'm not sure if this would be confusing or not. But I want to sort of let you say this, right? And this is equivalent to testing the flag and returning a bool. And so if I let you do this, then you could just say not. And we don't need a wacky not and. So I suspect this is probably better. I just wonder if it's confusing. You think and not makes more sense, but it's not and not. It's not and. The third one is fantastic. Someone else saying nan's better. You mean like a keyword? What would Erlang do? Erlang would change its name to Outlaw Techno Psycho Bitch. Love the third one, but you have to remember that it is in enum flags. Well, We just, if it's not an enum flags, it would be an error to do this, right? All right. We'll experiment with this. Odin does a third one. Yeah. I mean, I might have even said that we were going to do this in my original video, and then we just never did it. But yeah, we might do it. If people don't think that would be confusing. Okay, hold on. We haven't finished this. So we just want stick. I think that's it. We're going to have to raid somebody when I sign off. And then we'll sign on later today and do the gamepad layout. Wow, it's really snowing out there, guys. I might drive 3 blocks to the coffee shop. Okay. Okay, so see that dot? It's way in the wrong place. How about the mouse? When I use the mouse, the dot is also way in the wrong place. So we're going to have to fix that. Okay, so the scale is way wrong. All right. Clean up. The mouse dot is not currently visible. Okay. We'll fix this at some point. Let me put that in the to-do. Okay, because we don't want to let that stay rotted for a long time. All right. So stick times dimension. Is dimension wrong? What is super dimension fortress? How are we using this? Dimension. That's the window width. Oh, God. Okay, we want that for the mouse, actually, probably. Because the mouse, you sort of want to follow it anywhere, maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. But the dimension for the stick, we want the radius. Is there an R1? Yeah, okay. So R1. I feel like that's how mouse is supposed to be as well, but I'm not in the mood to debug mouse right now. Dimension, oh. I don't know. I feel like that's going to be too small. It's fine. What is it? We're going to redesign it, man. We're going to redesign it. If you thought really hard, though, I bet you could, in your own brain, come up with a reason why there would be empty slots if you really tried. I bet you could. Use your imagination brain. Okay, we have to be an educational stream before I sign off and watch the use your imagination brain. So this is pretty good for now, right? I think we want to trim it down a little bit. So instead of R1, we're going to take the middle of the thing. This is all going to get a better visual polish revamp before we ship, right? Yes. All right. So We're going to need to learn how to use our imagination brains, by the way. We're just going to do that. Do we have any no check-ins? Nope. We can take the W anytime we want. Do I know about C-bit fields? I never use them. I mean, I know about them. Hey, that's better. This feels pretty good. Let's also put on the to-do list. We'll fix the mouse dot. We'll make this work in the overworld, and then we'll redesign it later. But I'm pretty happy with this. Right? This is great. While I'm off stream, I'll do the build because that takes like. Last time we tried to upload a build to Steam, it's like extremely painful and kills our stream here. So maybe we won't do that on stream, but I'll do it off stream, and then we'll have a Steam Deck version of this that we could try out. And yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, so we're going to take the W for now, but while we do that, you know, longtime visitors to the stream know that this is an educational stream, and we need to encourage people to use their imagination brain. So while I'm checking in, we will learn how to do that. All right. Longtime visitors to the stream know what we're going to watch now as an educational thing. But I forgive people for not knowing. All right.
We're going to see something very special, a very special presentation. This is going to be very exciting. You're going to love it, I promise.
Hi, kids. I'm Meriwether Lewis.
And I'm William Clark.
And we're going to explore the Western United States. We haven't seen it before. We had a guide back in those days, and that was Sacagawea. Picture her there.
Can you see her at the front of the boat there?
Can you see her? Use your imagination. Use your imagination brains. Right? I suppose we should ask Sacagawea where we're headed.
I agree.
Sacagawea, can you help us find our way?
Sacagawea, if we could just have your attention for a moment.
Which way should we go? Sacagawea. Sacagawea. Sacagawea.
Sacagawea.
Sacagawea.
Sacagawea.
Sacagawea. She's really not giving us the time of day at all. The further we go, we're getting more and more lost. And boy, oh boy, we really don't know where we're going. Lewis and Clark really wanted her attention in those days. And some people sometimes have issue with something separate.
Sacagawea.
I'm sure she hears us, but for some reason, she doesn't really want to address us. And I'm sure it's not because of the volume of the water. Sacagawea. Please, Sacagawea.
This is turning into the hardest part of our trek.
This oatmeal looks really good.
This rabbit stew looks really good.
We don't have any spoons or anything. I think I want to eat this. Let me see if Sacagawea knows where the spoons are. Sacagawea. Sacagawea. Where do we keep the spoons?
I need something to eat this rabbit stew with.
Remember when we didn't eat? Yeah. So, Sacagawea, we'd like a spoon. Now we've arrived at the seashore. And all of the other fellow expeditioners are out in front of us.
They're spread out along the shore.
They've helped us all along the way, and they're very weary and tired, so we're going to make a speech to them to thank them for all the work they've done. Men!
Gentlemen?
Men! Guys!
Hey, you're going to want to listen to this. We got a pretty good speech coming up.
We hereby proclaim that in this year... Guys! Hey! In 1805... Oh, please. What? Stop talking. I'll wait. Maybe Sacagawea can get their attention.
You know, she's great with large groups.
Sacagawea, will you get there? Sacagawea.
Hey, Sacagawea, can
We're
you...
almost done. Just Sacagawea. Is it? Did we keep you up? Was it the talking? Just tell us what it was. I don't know where you guys are running to. Oh my God, they're still running. We don't know that area at all.
No one does.
You guys like snakes?
All right, see, this is a good history stream. This is an educational stream. All right, let's figure out who to raid. And we'll be back later on tonight, and we'll redesign the character wheel later tonight. Oh, here we go. Easy raid. All right, thanks, everyone. And I'll see you later on.